And welcome to Take Back the Pitch. We are your commentators for today, and we are women.
Woo! Indeed, we are Amanda Dallas. That's the lovely voice of Amanda Dallas, co-commissioner for MLQ.
And with me is Erin Moreno, the social media editor for MLQ. The team's currently on pitch one, our Ball Too Well Taylor's version. That is the purple team, coached by Mitch Eusis. And the Cardinal Red team is coached by Rachel Heald. Their name is Cowboy Emoji, but actually the emoji.
An iconic name if there ever was one.
Ball Too Well is currently progressing the quaffle, but it looks like we were late on that. It's out of bounds.
Incredible analysis, Amanda. I would agree.
Yeah.
Do concur.
No goal. Cardinal Red team currently with bludger control bringing up the quaffle. Quaffle is in the hand of Kennedy Murphy, star player from Indianapolis Intensity.
Oh, this is a lot better.
Pass to Ali Manzella. Ali Manzella back to Jordan Smiley. Jordan Smiley just misses the hoops. Kennedy Murphy assumes the ball. Back to Ali Manzella. Ali passes back to Kennedy. Kennedy's looking for an opportunity. Purple team almost have bludger control. Will they walk away? Nope. The other bludger's currently on the line. Looks like Ball Too Well will walk away with the quaffle. We currently have no goals. So, Erin, which team are you most excited to see today?
I mean, super biased probably, but I gotta say Cowboy Emoji. You know, we got some indie players on there, which is my MLQ alma mater, and also I'm just a really big fan of the Cowboy Emoji. So I'm gonna go with them. It's interesting. It'll be interesting to see how Kennedy and Ali Manzella like stack up in this competition. I think, especially they had like an entire day playing together yesterday, or 2 days ago rather.
And that's a goal for Ball Too Well. First point on the board by Julie Neutzel.
Yes.
Oh.
Got our first sub for Cowboy Emoji.
So Marina Montero's entering the pitch. Serena's wrapping around, looking to pick off Marissa Rizzi. Gets beat out. Maya Heimbaugh goes for a beat. Purple retains. We're seeing a lot of passing right now, like you mentioned, between Murphy and Manzella. Clearly a comfort pick right there.
Yeah, these beaters are doing a lot of trades back and forth.
Eustace makes a big hit on Murphy. Cowboy Emoji still has the quaffle. We did request a Photoshop job so that you would get a Cowboy Emoji with a red hat, but the men said no.
The men.
It's a little too complicated for them.
Most things are, Dallas.
We have a long pass back to Smiley. Smiley throws it up and Neutzel gets the quaffle. Neutzel of the Washington Admirals had a phenomenal day on Saturday. Stepped up with an injury to Rachel Heald during her USNT camp. Her thumb's basically not attached. And Neutzel had an incredible performance, put up multiple goals. Excited to see her at keeper in the system. Looks like Ball Too Well is running a 2-2 zone right now. We have an exchange with beaters. Cowboy Emoji had an opportunity at bludger control, but did not manage to get it.
Yeah, Ball Too Well's been doing a really good job fully locking down their defense. Cowboy Emoji's been having a really hard time, it seems.
Manzella taking her time. Oof. It's a block. Still only have 1 point on the board. The score is 0, Cowboy Emoji 1, Ball Too Well. Oof.
You hate to see it. Got a series of subs for Cowboy Emoji coming out. I'll let you know who they are when I can see who they are. So we got number 6, Molly Potter in. Up top.
Potter recovers the quaffle. Back to Manzella.
Going for a lot of long passes here.
Cowboy Emoji's getting picked off quite a bit by Athena Mayer. They're going to have to adapt to that if they'd like to find success. Athena Mayer, the Patreon fan favorite of the league, as announced yesterday.
I'm going to say, yeah, playing against, we got Gwen Elledge in at beater for Cowboy Emoji, the Monarchs manager of the year. So interesting, of the years facing off.
Serena Montero attempts to tackle on Janice Liu. It's unsuccessful. We've got some play back in the corner. Lindsay Morella now in for ball too well. Shoots and scores. Score is currently 0 Cowboy Emoji, 2 ball too well.
Who's our head ref for today, Dallas?
Our head ref today is Melanie Rolfe from the College of Columbia, also of Indianapolis Intensity.
Oh, love it.
She'll be with us all day.
Of course she will. Indy is nothing if not reliable.
We have a big hit by Janice Liu. Cowboy Emoji retains bludger control, though.
Cowboy Emoji putting themselves on the board for the first time today. Now sitting at 10-20 with ball too well in the lead. We got a deep cut by ball too well. 3.
Veronica Spicer. First season playing Quidditch was MLQ this summer for the New Orleans Curse.
Aww. I love that. New Orleans did so well.
Morella taking her time. Dishes it to number 14, Sydney Alexander. They did not manage to convert. You also have Madison Burns in right now for ball too well of the Charlotte Aviators. We can expect some good physicality from them today.
I'm looking forward to it. Ooh.
We now have Cheyenne Long in for Cowboy Emoji.
That's a good shot by Molly for the goal there.
Score is 2-all. Looks like Lindsay Morella will be doing the bulk of the ball handling for ball too well today based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I'm curious. Does Lindsay have a lot of experience playing with any of the people on her team?
Looking at this roster, we have quite a few players who have been with Lindsay either on the Titans or Warriors. Janice Liu, formerly of NYU and the Warriors, played with Lindsay a little bit a few years ago. Mitch Eustace has extensive experience with Lindsay through the years in both USQ and MLQ. We also have Sedona Sabatino, beater from Rutgers, that played with Marilla this summer on the Titans. So we'll have some chemistry on this team.
It'll be really interesting. That's something that I really love about Take Back the Pitch is seeing how we get to these elite female players and like non-binary plays, like how they can translate their skills to helping their team out and like kind of coaching them as we go.
Yeah. And that's a goal by Cheyenne Long of Cowboy Emoji, bringing the score to 3-all. Sabatino and Corteski currently in at beater for ball too well. They do have control. Emma Sherwood makes an attempt at a tackle, but is unsuccessful. Sydney Alexander gets wrapped up, and Cheyenne Long will come away with the quaffle for Cowboy Emoji. Ball too well retains bludger control, though. We've got more substitutions for Cowboy Emoji.
I'm number 25 in. Anna Nellie Nelson from Monarchs, as well as Maya back in at beater.
Cowboy Emoji saves that ball from going out of bounds. Wow, Hickmock playing a dangerous game with how close she got to that beater and worked out. Hickmock gets beat before the goal. We're going to have another substitution for ball too well. I would tell you who that is, but we're going to have to wait because there's a screen in the way.
It's a surprise. Looks like Solly beating.
It is. Solly Gminiak is now in at beater for ball too well.
You love to see it.
Beats out Maya Heimbaugh. But it looks... Maya gets her bludger back. Ball too well does not convert on the play, though.
It looks like they might get a second
Oh.
chance. Oh, maybe not. Molly might get there first.
Molly Potter wraps up Athena Mayer. Athena gets the ball off to Lindsay Morella. Morella's going to drive and score.
Ooh.
Oh, no, it's a miss.
Nice.
Good physicality from Cowboy Emoji. Score is still 3-all.
It looks like Emily Hickmott pulled her just enough to make that whiff. Practically, that's all you need. Got Serena back in at beater now with Maya, as well as Kennedy back in for Cowboy Emoji.
Serena's wrapping around, see if she can pick up the ball off Gminiak.
Nice.
Montero and Heimbaugh managed to get bludger control back for Cowboy Emoji. However, Cowboy Emoji does not score on the play. Tori Nutt now in at beater with Gminiak for ball too well. Mayer to Morella. Gminiak makes a big beat. Gminiak's opening the lanes for their chasers. Can they convert? Yes, they can.
Look like it. So ball too well is doing a really good job just breaking up that defense that Cowboy Emoji sets up.
Ball too well back in the 2-2 zone. They've been using it frequently throughout this match. We'll see if they continue to do so throughout the day or if they switch up the zones. Ooh. The Murphy and Manzella pair is back in for Cowboy Emoji. Ooh, Serena misses a beat. Gminiak's going to walk away with that bludger.
It's a little rough.
Gminiak tapping out Quaffle players. Morella back with the ball in her hand. Past Alexander, I believe. And Alexander gets stuffed at the hoop. We've seen that a couple times now. Gonna need a little bit more spacing there for that pass. Cowboy Emoji's doing a really good job anticipating and cutting that off.
Can't lie, I want to see Ali Manzella take it to the hoop a little bit. I'm not gonna lie about that.
Ooh.
Nice attempt.
It's not a bad look.
You got Lindsay with the stuff in the back. Nope, that was weird. And she's going to take it all the way down. Passing it off to Athena.
To Mayer, and it's a goal. Score is
3-5. Ball too well.
3-6, 3-5.
It's currently 3-5. We'll let you know if they change it to 6.
We're new here.
You have to be nice to us.
If you'd like to be mean to us in the comments, you have to Venmo us $1.
Yeah.
At ML Quidditch.
Put feminism as a message. Ooh, nice beat. Ooh.
Jennifer Connard of Cleveland Riff currently in for Cowboy Emoji. Connard and Montero still with just one bludger, though. We've Neutzel back in at keeper for ball too well. Ooh. We're going to need to see a little, for those passes, we're going to need to see a little bit more spacing between the quaffle player and the beater. Ball too well still converts. Now the score is 60 ball too well, 30 cowboy emoji. We have a stoppage. Looks like it might be a bludger turnover.
Indeed it is.
Not sure what happened.
Astute.
I really feel like a quaffle player right now. I'm like, what's happening with the bludgers?
Ooh, that's one way to get control, I'll tell you that. Okay, timeout for unsure which team. One of them. Do you think playing so much yesterday is going to affect how Serena plays today?
Serena Montero did have a long day yesterday with Boston, making the finals of the MLQ championship. I'm sure it's going to affect her play in some capacity. But so far does not seem to be so.
Yeah, we got 6 people listed as at least like first position being beater, but we know how, as the day goes on, that will probably change.
It's also our first match of the day on this pitch, first match for both these teams. So we're going to see a little bit of trying to figure out who works well with whom, what the chemistry is going to be like. Obviously, we were talking about for Cowboy Emoji, there was a little bit of reliance between Manziel and Murphy passing back and forth to each other. Definitely going to be more comfortable with one another. You also see it on Ball Too Well with Eustace and Morella.
It'll be interesting to see as these teams develop throughout the day. Yeah, get that chemistry going, like learn who they work with best and who they like playing with. Just see how the strategy develops as we go.
Yeah, I personally really like the move from Ball Too Well to start out with a simple 2-2 zone as they figure out how each other play. Pretty basic zone to implement. Good defense, especially when your beaters are trying to figure out how to play together.
Yeah. We're back on the pitch now.
So Cowboy Emoji currently with bludger control after that turnover. We'll see how they use it. We've got Manzella and Murphy in together. Jordan Smiley for Cowboy Emoji.
Swing it back. And our chaser behind the hoops will let you know who that is when we see their number. Tries to get it back up to Manzella.
Athena Mayer passes off to neutral.
Ooh, good beat there by Serena. Unfortunately, now she's really paying for it. Hate to see it.
We're going to have a beater pair substitution for Cowboy Emoji. We got Emma Sherwood and Maya Heimbaugh in. Sherwood swinging all the way behind the opposing team's hoop with her bludger.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, okay, this is. There you go.
4 Cowboy Emoji, 6 Ball Too Well.
Got a series of subs coming out for Ball Too Well.
I think this may have been the first time Alexander has subbed since they got on the field. We've got Burns in for Alexander. Korteski and Rizzi win bludger control. Eustace currently has the ball. Burns needs to get in
around. Nice shot.
Great shot. Something we're going to need to see from the purple wing chasers is I think they're still having some spacing issues when they get into the key for Cowboy Emoji. They're standing really close to beaters and chasers, and they just need to spread out a little bit.
Yeah, I hope we see a lot more of that kind of like fluid cutting going on throughout the day. Because, yeah, I think there's probably a lot of nerves and, like you said, kind of uncertainty about where you should be with a group of people that you're not used to playing with.
Yeah.
And especially when you get, this tournament, it's like a lot of these players aren't players who, get the play time really to, earn that confidence and, get up to that state. So it'll be really interesting to see how that develops throughout the day. And
yeah, you also have a number of players who essentially on their teams are playing the same position as these other players, and they're going to have to adapt to their roles. Great experience overall, right? Good learning experience. Hopefully they bring it back to their teams and we get to see them in some more roles. Corteski, I thought, made the beat for Bludger Control out there. Looks like they do have it right now. Juan Martinez over here really pulling one out for the men. Got a cowboy emoji on the scoreboard, everyone.
let's get a W in the chat for men. Am I right?
Just one.
Just the one.
Just one.
Ooh. I shouldn't be excited about that. Ooh.
It's going to be a card on Rizzy. We'll let you know what for when we know. It's unfortunate they just got Bludger Control.
As a wise woman once said, it do be like that sometimes.
Neck contact. There'll be 1 minute in the box for Rizzy. We will see if Cowboy Emoji can capitalize on this.
We got some beater subs coming in. We got Molly Potter back in at Chaser. Is that Emily Hickmott coming in at beater?
Yep.
Love the confidence, Molly. That's what I want to see more of. I want to see people taking it in, Now's the time. Nice. Good hit. Ball's out. Ooh.
It's going to be a reset used. Manzella to Murphy. Murphy to Potter. Potter cuts around Burns, but shoots right into the hands of the opposing team. But Murphy's going to capitalize on that.
Good.
Score is 50 Cowboy Emoji, 70 Ball to Well. We've got some excitement in the crowd for the Kennedy Murphy's goal.
We got Lindsay Morella back in now for Ball Too Well.
And I believe Madeline Fordham is in at beater for Ball Too Well.
We also just had Sedona Sabatino sub in from Rutgers.
Potter gets beat out. Burns to Morella. Ooh. So we were talking about earlier. Morella was working on getting away from that beater, but Burns passed it just a little too soon. It was a good read by Montero. Oh, Manzella dodges the bludger.
There it is. Let's go, Allie Manzella.
The long-awaited take it to the hoop.
I think they heard my foolproof strategy.
Score is currently 60 Cowboy Emoji, 70 Ball Too Well.
Ooh, an aggressive beat. Emily Hickmont quickly clears out.
Montero and Hickmott press it. Hickmott presses up to Lindsay Morella, beats her out. Veronica Spicer tries to hold on the ball, and Manzella strips it. Montero cleans up. We have a stoppage. Oh, we're at the 20-minute mark.
Oh. Well, that really snuck up on us. Oh. Oh my god.
Sorry, Marina was too far away. Well, so now you get to see our beautiful faces. They wouldn't give us matching jerseys, so we dyed our hair. So what do you think so far, Marino? It's been a fairly slow game, but like we said, this is the first game for both these teams, first on this pitch for the day. Still feeling each other out, trying to figure out the chemistry. What zone should they run? Should they run mark defense? What beater pairs are going to play together? But now that the Snitch is entering the field, not sure who our Snitch is for this match, but who do you think each team is going to throw at Seeker?
That's a good question. Honestly, it'll be interesting to see how much these teams are going to go the route of everybody get as much experience as you want at whatever position you want to play versus, you know, like, yeah, we have set positions that we want to play. Like, we're in this to win it, you know. The business decision of Austin, if you will. Like, are they here for the business trip? Did they come to, like, get the experience of all playing together? So it'll be really interesting, frankly. I don't even know who plays Seeker on these teams, like the ones who have gone in. And yeah, I cannot see from here who the Snitch is. But I'm really excited for Snitch on pitch. It'll be really interesting to see. I hope that the speed of play kind of picks up a little bit with the chaos of everything going on. It'll be interesting to see, you know, yeah, our team's going to, like, stick both pairs of beaters on the Seekers. Are they going to, like, go back and forth between offense and defense? I'm hoping that we get a little more kind of like aggression, you know. I want, especially early in the morning, right? It's like, I think Molly Potter is killing it. Like, you kind of want to go out hard and, like, yeah, figure out, like, make those mistakes early, right? It's like what you teach in beating in general, where it's like, you know, you can't make mistakes if you're not doing anything.
Yeah, so each team does have a couple of experience seekers that they can throw out there. For Ball Too Well, you do see one of them stepping up, Adrian Kortsky. I've definitely been saying their name wrong, and I apologize. Kortsky. We'll work that out between takes. Experienced seeker has definitely done this before. You also have Solly Gaminiak lurking in the depth for a break glass option. From Cowboy Emoji, Maya Heimbau does have experience at seeker, has caught a few snitches in the past. I would really love to see some Kennedy Murphy seeking.
Always love to see Kennedy. That would be really interesting. Kennedy's got a really strong, just like, I mean, just strong. just Kennedy.
She's just strong.
Kennedy's strong.
Yeah, you also have Emily Hickmott, who has done quite a bit of seeking. Yeah. But it looks like we do end up with Heimbau for Cowboy Emoji, I believe.
Yes.
Our snitch is Ryan Silverman. They're also a participant in this tournament, playing for the Golden Goals. And it looks like Cowboy Emoji will start with bludger control, critical to this snitch on pitch. Yeah. Heimbau's going to get the first go at the snitch. Hickmott and Fordham face off. Hickmott wins the exchange. Cowboy Emoji right now with all three bludgers. Ooh. Gaminiak is going to get it back to hoops for almost a dangerous kick. I guess not quite.
You know, I've got Morella with the quaffle. Just cutting
Shoots
through
and
the
scores.
defense.
Score is 80 Ball Too Well, 70 Cowboy Emoji. The downside to Cowboy Emoji committing these beaters to snitch on pitch means Morella now has the entire field to cut around these players.
Yep.
We're going to have to see more physicality out of Murphy and Potter in order to stop that. Lou makes a big hit on Hickmott, but gets beat out by Montero. Gaminiak beats out Hickmott. Montero tries to get control back. Gaminiak's going to walk away, possibly. Yes, with control for Ball Too Well.
And a stoppage.
Kortsky is now going to get some goes at the snitch. Over on pitch 2, we have the Black Parade playing Pink Himalayan Sea Salt.
Oh, I love that.
They're currently at the 20-minute mark. Score is 80 Black, 110 Pink. Their set score will be 170. You can tune into our other stream to watch them. And here we are, classic Morello with the ball.
Gaminiak. Ooh. Thought they cleaned up, but looks like they're out. So we're gonna
Lou's going to beat out Sherwood here for bludger control. Possibly. Oh, not if Montero gets to. Oh, Gaminiak with a huge dodge and takes the bludger from Montero. And now Cowboy Emoji's bludger is in the back corner.
Oh, there
and
it is.
That's a grab by Kortsky.
That is good. Dang.
We're not the refs, but we think it's good.
But if I was a ref.
It would be good.
And you could see them. They had a hand on that, and they kind of just reached around and worked for it, and then they just got it. Wow. Good for them.
Catch is good.
Oh.
For those of you who don't know MLQ rules, it's worth 35 points. We don't do asterisks around here.
Thank God. So we're up to 80, 120.
Score is 80 Cowboy Emoji, 125 for Ball Too Well. The set score is 130. Juan's trying really hard with the scoreboard. No judgment here. We can't bring it down, so pretend like that 5's not there next to the 8. Morella makes a pass to Burns. Burns is going to put it through.
Nice.
And that is game. Ball Too Well walks away with their first win of the day. Final score, 135 to 80, not 85. If you hear that noise, that's Ethan Sturm trying to walk down the stairs. So, Aaron, what's your takeaway here? Either of these teams favored to win the tournament?
I think right now Ball Too Well is looking really good. You know, I don't know. Obviously, Lindsay Morella is somebody who has a lot of experience and confidence playing those roles where, like, she's going to make those cuts. She wants to, like, go into the hoops. And I think a lot of Cowboy Emoji looks like they're more comfortable in those support roles. Mm-hmm. Somebody's going to have to step up. Mm-hmm. You know, Molly did a good job. Ali Manzella started doing it kind of towards the end there. I think that Cowboy Emoji has a really, really good chance to develop a lot of team chemistry. Mm-hmm. And I think Ball Too Well, you know, they have a lot of people on their team. You know, they got Athena Mayer, they got their Lindsay Morella. Like, they've got a lot of strong key people. It'll be interesting to see if they develop along with the team to kind of create a strategy altogether, or if the team kind of develops around those key players.
Yeah, like you said, Ball Too Well has a lot of players with a lot of experience and that are used to stepping up into those more command positions. Neutzel, Morella, Mayer, as you listen, those are just a couple of them. Burns. But like you said, with Cowboy Emoji, there's a lot of potential for players that can step up and fill that, right? We've seen Kennedy Murphy all season for Indianapolis be a huge piece for them. A leader on the pitch, the most physical player on that, arguably the most physical player on that team. You also have Manzella looked great with the ball in her hands. And then, of course, Potter also has ball handling experience, and her aggression was great. We did see some flashes from Long that were also really exciting if she gets a little more comfortable passing with these players. And of course there is Hickmott still played beater, I think, predominantly this game, but can also step into that quaffle role and be a leader on the field.
I will say, seeing the beater pairs develop is something that I'm really looking forward to. All right.
Juan told us to say goodbye.
Bye.
We'll be back.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals. Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quad ball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in two halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quad ball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in two halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quad ball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first two are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game.
And we're back. This is pitch one for Take Back the Pitch. We're your commentators. We're women. I'm Amanda Dallas, MLQ Commissioner. And with me is Erin Marino, Social Media Editor for MLQ. Teams currently on this pitch. We have Ball Too Well Taylor's version in purple, and we have Golden Goals in gold.
Love the choice for the gold jerseys.
Yeah, I wonder who made that. We have Brooms Up. Purple takes away the quaffle. Oh, with a great catch by Rizzy. Rizzy is getting bludger control for the team.
Love that. We've got Lindsay Morella in the back with Mitch Eustace.
Ooh, we have a bobbled pass, but Eustace recovers it. Passes to number 99, which is Larissa Gaborik. Mitch is going to drive, and it's not going to go in. It's going to bounce off the rim, but Morella recovers. First point of the game goes to Ball Too Well, Taylor's version.
Which, for anybody just joining us, they just played against the Cowboy Emoji team. So they've already had one game to kind of like work out some kinks already. This is Golden Goals' first game of the day. Got Emma Vasquez over on the side over here, number 72, swinging back.
Vasquez didn't get to play this role much this season for the Detroit Innovators. She was forced into an up-top ball handling role, predominantly through experience, and she found a lot of success with it. But Vasquez around the hoops is just deadly. Looks like Ball Too Well shuts down that Golden Goals offense. I think we're possibly going to have a back contact call in the beater game. Oh, no. Find out soon.
Stay tuned.
Looks like it is going to be a beater foul.
So to be clear, they're calling that the beater foul affected play so that there's a quaffle turnover.
Correct.
Because of that.
Our head ref for this game is Melanie Rolfe of College of Columbia. Future referee of the year. We'll call it now. To be number 19, Rizzy in the box for 1 minute. That's a yellow card. Golden Goals is going to walk away with bludger control. Ooh, Vasquez to Zadazinski. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Erin Marino wrote that on a paper somewhere and then hid the paper from us. Really wanted to test our knowledge here, huh?
Yeah. Listen, just everything should be harder for women, right? That's what today's all about. Got a really compact defense from the Golden Goals.
Yeah, we're seeing three trees right here.
Ooh.
Morella said, "I'm just gonna shoot over you," and she did. Ball Too Well with 2 points on the board. Golden Goals currently with 0.
Yeah, Melinda Saup with the ball. Up top.
Melinda, one of the more experienced quaffle players in this entire tournament.
One of the most experienced players in general.
Yeah. She was critical to Cleveland Rift's ball movement this season, both in the keeper position and the chaser position.
Over to Emma Vasquez. Back corner. Ooh.
Ooh. Burns currently with the ball, bringing it up for Ball Too Well. Burns plays with the Charlotte Aviators, MLQ's expansion franchise, during the regular season.
Ooh. Good deflection
Eustace gets the
there.
ball right next to a beater. He is lucky that beater fumbled that bludger. Oh, a big hit.
Melinda.
Melinda said, "Not in my house."
Still got our own player.
Looks like that goal is going to be no good. Assumedly, Eustace was off broom. We now have Linnea Schultz in for Golden Goals at beater of Indianapolis Intensity. Maybe we got like a North Division lineup out here on the field for Golden Goals. Oh, they said too many North players.
Yeah.
It's a bummer.
Way to ruin it.
Yeah.
Our flawless analysis.
It's probably Eric Wasser's fault.
That would make sense. Oh, that's a juke of a pass. Never let them know your next move. You know, that's my philosophy, and it looks like Melinda Staub adapted that flawlessly. Ooh. That's good.
Silverman doing
Ooh,
their
good catch. A 72 on ball too.
Oh, Burns attempting to take down number 9 on Golden Goals, gets beat out by Silverman.
Golden Goals.
Oh, apologies, Aaron Marino apparently was talking into nothingness for a little bit. Sorry about the audio issue. So right now, Golden Goals is running a Baylor, 3 trees, whatever you want to call it. Depends how old you are, doesn't it? Not quite a cav wall for those that are like, oh, 3 on the hoops is a cav wall. Morella gets beat out. Good decision by Golden Goals. Eustace loses his broom. Tori Nutt trying to recover the quaffle play with the bludgers. Gets beat out by Schultz. But Rizzy manages to retain control for the team. Rizzy right now has an opportunity with all bludgers on the pitch. Make a play. Come on, you can do it. Oh, Silverman takes it away. Man, I really wanted to see some aggression out of that one.
I'm feeling Rizzy might be a little wary of getting cards right now.
It's MLQ, you get 3. Unless it's red.
It's red.
If it's a blue, you get a lot more. Silverman tapping out and clearing some lanes. Makes an attempt on Rizzy. Doesn't convert. Rizzy doing a great job this game so far. Retaining bludger control for this team. Again, we have all 3 bludgers on the ground. Golden Goals tries to recover. I think the ball may have gone out of bounds. You know, I'd tell you, but there's a screen in front of me that makes it really hard to see the lines. It's going to be an inbound for Morella. Keeper for ball too well. Morella sees no bludgers. Morella's going to run.
Ooh.
She passes back to Eustace. Eustace to Spicer. Spicer gets it back to Morella. Morella shoots. It's just over. Eustace makes another. It's also over.
Oh.
Janice Liu tries to save the quaffle but beats the ground. Doesn't matter. Liu's going to get her ball back.
Oh.
Eustace is going to attempt again. Gets beat from behind by Silverman. Silverman gets beat out by Liu. It's just chaos right now in the bludger
It's
game.
all happening.
The
Got no
quaffle,
bludgers.
yeah, maybe we'll beat the quaffle. Maybe we'll beat each other. All 3 bludgers are on the ground. Oh, Lulu said no.
Woo. All right. I will admit I was asking for more aggression last game, and I did
And
get
Lulu
it.
Zoo is here, and she's giving it to you.
This is what I want to see. Man, early games when you're starting with like a team that you're not familiar with, dude, just pop off, see what happens, and then implement from there.
Yeah, Lulu Zoo's going to be we asked for more players taking charge, and Lulu Zoo said, I don't need the quaffle. I'm going to do it with the bludger.
Ooh.
She beats out Athena
Ooh.
Mayer. Janice Liu comes charging in, though, and beats out Zoo. Ball Too Well's beaters.
Ooh.
Ball Too Well's beaters were not back, but that did not matter.
I'm going to need a little more field awareness from our players. I think an issue that you have sometimes when you play in a tournament like this is, you know, you aren't used to being the people both handling the ball up the pitch and also looking for, frankly, a cut that isn't right next to the hoop. So a lot of these players don't have to worry about where the beaters are because a lot of times the beaters aren't paying attention to them.
Yeah.
So this is going to be an adjustment for a lot of these players.
Yeah. Athena Mayer makes an attempt and at a tackle and loses her broom. Zoo beats out Neutzel. Zoo now in with Tilke.
Volunteer of the year? Claire Tilke?
Volunteer of the year, Claire Tilke. She also beats. Lou wins the exchange there. Ball too well is going to clean up the chasers for golden goals. Walk away with a quaffle. Score is currently 30 ball too well, 0 golden goals. There was so much chaos in the bludger game, I don't even know if there was a goal in the last couple minutes.
Yeah, frankly, couldn't tell you either. So happens when you have two beaters commentating.
Neutral to Mayer. Mayer back to neutral.
Ooh.
Oh, beautiful pass. And it was a goal for neutral. That brings it to 4 ball too well, 0 golden goals.
What do you think golden goals need to do here? What's not working? Are they not attacking enough? Is there spacing off? What do you think's going on for them?
I think they need to take more advantage of the bludger the opportunities with cleared lanes that Zoo and her partners are creating. The spacing? I'm not sure why the golden goals keeper is running back while the play is still. Oh, looks like she knew. Great, she got back just in time.
Get in there. There it
That's
is.
Monica Marion of Indianapolis Intensity.
With the first goal for the golden goals.
Good thing she came back. Score is 40 ball too well, 10 golden goals.
When the golden goals needed her most. Seems like Sedona's on the field.
Yeah, I don't know if you could hear the crowd, but I think Sedona's on the field. And that is Sedona Sabatino of Rutgers, currently in for ball too well at beater. Mayer wants to drive. Instead, passes to Alexander. Alexander's not going to be able to save it. That's going to be an inbound for golden goals. We're seeing a lot of this on both ends of the pitches. There just seems to be an adjustment in passing to these players they're not familiar with, right? And we're seeing, I think, a lot more inbounding than we will see later in the day. Number 17 on golden goals. Great positioning.
It's Kate Timko? Oh. No, it's not. Nailed it. We do have some players wearing some extra jerseys today, so some will have to remain
Yeah, let the kids play.
gloriously anonymous.
Athena Mayer, ball handling, experience in this role. We also have Solomon Gominiak now in at beater for ball too well, working with Sedona Sabatino. Gominiak goes, misses the beat on Mac Abraham.
But created enough of an opportunity for their team to score. And now it looks
Marion
like
is looking to charge down the pitch. Gets through Mayer, and it's another goal
Let's go.
for golden goals. Score is 50 ball too well, 30 golden goals. Gominiak is just charging down the field. Their chasers are not with them, but Athena Mayer sees the opportunity, and she is going to return that goal by Marianne with her own. Score is now 60 ball too well, 30 golden goals. This is the kind of intensity, not the Indianapolis one, that Marino and I were looking for earlier. You love to see it.
These truly, truly do. Both those goals, too, on both sides were really interesting because, I mean, players took a really good advantage of noticing that the beaters were fully out of play for both teams and just charged in, and that's really what you got to do. You just got to get it done. We got Emma Vasquez in the back. Passes back up top to our leading scorer.
Marion Silverman. Silverman shoots, and that's another goal for golden
Incredible.
goals. Man, they've found their rhythm.
Yep.
Score is 60 ball too well, 40 golden goals.
I think they're hitting that sweet spot that Ball Too Well had in game 1 against Cowboy Emoji where, you know, they kind of brought the intensity first, and that really paid off for them in the long run. And golden goals is just now kind of hitting their stride in terms of that.
Yeah, golden goals still staying in that 3 trees Baylor zone with the keeper up top.
Love a good turtle.
Zetazinski makes a great defensive play there, recovering the quaffle for the team.
Got Melinda Stout back in at keeper.
Gominiak is sitting very high on this field. Kane is now in at beater, along with Abraham for golden goals. Abraham beats out Mayer. Stop. Ooh.
Let's go.
And that's another goal for golden goals. I mean, it's their name. They
It
need to be
is.
putting them up. Score is going to be 60 ball too well, 50 golden goals. Morella's back in, 4 ball too well. Morella with a lot of experience against this zone, knows exactly how to beat it. We'll see how she guides this team on the field to do so. Currently with Burns and Alexander. All right. Quaffle passes to Burns. Oh, and beautiful save
Incredible.
there. Golden Goals almost picks it off, but Burns recovers and scores. Score is 70 ball too well, 50 golden goals.
Got Miniac up pretty high.
Yeah, Gaminiak has generally been playing pretty high and pretty aggressive so far with their beater play. It's paid off on occasion. Fordham beats out Vasquez, but the ball gets back. Zadazinski recovers it.
Ooh.
But Morella
Ooh.
Morella almost takes her out of bounds, but loses her broom in the process. Zadazinski to Silverman. Silverman gets around the purple defense. Shoots on Burns, though. You can't do that. Cannot shoot on Burns. It's a great scrappy offense, but Golden Goals just wasn't ready to pull it out. Gaminiak coming back from, I'm not sure where they were on the pitch.
They were paying for that overly aggressive play up top.
Yeah. Subbing out for Tori Nutt of the Washington Admirals. Nutt now in with Rizzi. Oh, Rizzi makes an attempt on Kane. Kane dodges easily, beats out Morella. Good decision there. But Nutt is Nutt takes the grab from Kane. Kane and Abraham do still have bludger control, but Nutt does get a ball back on defense. Golden Goals ran that offense a little bit too aggressive for my taste.
Yeah. We're hitting the point of no return now where it's okay, we found the line, now we need to dial it back and find the sweet spot in between those two places.
Got Burns, Alexander, Eustace, and Morella in on Quaffle for ball too well. We saw this line a little bit last game. Did find some success. We did see some spacing problems with the wing chasers on the hoops, though, when the opposing team is clustered, so we'll see if they correct that. Ooh, Morella almost makes in. Eustace throws it over. Alexander's trying to recover it. Zadazinski again.
Man, Zadazinski is really getting out of Lindsay Morella's wraps.
Yeah. She's breaking those wraps really well, and she's also just getting those ground balls very easily.
It was interesting on that play. When that Quaffle was up top up there, somehow all of the ball too well chasers were behind the hoops together. So they really weren't prepared. And it was lucky that Morella got up there to get that.
And this is one of those things we were talking about earlier, right? You have a lot of players in this type of tournament who on other teams maybe are playing that exact role behind the hoops. And as the state progresses, you know, they're going to have to step into other roles and they're going to have to space out better or they're not going to find success.
Yeah. We got Lulu Zoo at chaser.
Lulu Zoo, an undefeated keeper in the USQ. She's fine. She's Lulu Zoo.
She's always fine.
We'll see if there's a card on the play. I don't believe so.
We love good Team USA on Team USA play.
Ball's going to go to Morella. Ball too well currently with one bludger. We'll see if Nutt and Rizzi can work together to get it back. Kane quickly beats out Rizzi. Nutt's on her own. And Nut may have just gotten bludger control back for a ball too well. Used to pass to Alexander. Alexander shoot.
Nice. Lulu.
Gets stripped by Lulu Zoo. Lulu Zoo is on the gas. She gets tackled, but she ran right to the beater. It's like she knows what she's doing out there. Go figure. Lulu Zoo directing her chasers on what to do. She wants that cut.
I think she wants a bed.
Stop to Vasquez. It's going to go out. Eustace is going to get that ball for ball too well. We haven't set the score in a while. 70 ball too well, 50 golden goals. It's now 80 ball too well with a goal by Eustace. 50 golden goals.
Yeah, Usis has continually been a threat in that back pocket for
We decided to cut Aaron Moreno's mic. She'll be back eventually. We've got some scrappy play around the hoops, and it results in a golden goal. Possibly. See what happens. We've got chant for Monica Marion in the crowd. Not totally sure what the stoppage is for, but it looks like Lindsay Morello will be inbounding from the back corner for ball too well. Morello, one of the more experienced players in this tournament, Team USA quaffle player. Assistant coach for the New York Titans. She's been the primary ball handler for ball too well so far. Oh, welcome back, Aaron Moreno.
Thanks, Mandalis. It's great to be back.
Janice Liu with some aggressive beater play. Working on getting bludger control back for ball too well. She does find success, gets the ball to Rizzi. And Marilla is going to score again for ball too well. Score is 90 ball too well, 60 golden goals. We have a stoppage, I believe, to recover the quaffle.
We might be at 20 minutes. Yeah, looks like it.
Just kidding. Contrary to what our timer says, we're at 20 minutes. This time, not a man's fault, but in fact the computer's.
Really a man of technology if you think about it.
We worked on our spacing for this game, and now we're not as close together or as close to the camera. So, what do you think so far, Marino? I know you were in and out of that game.
I really was. So, Ball Too Well had a pretty resounding start, it seemed like. You know, they came in, they'd already played one game this morning. They played back-to-back games. Golden Goals took a little bit to kind of, like, find their stride. And then once they hit it, they were in a really good spot for a hot sec. I'm very interested to see how they kind of hit a point where they kind of had to bring back the intensity a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see which direction they choose to go for Snitch on pitch. Are they going to go, you know, balls to the wall? Are we going for it? Or are we going to, like, kind of try and keep it more contained?
Yeah, for sure. I believe our snitch for this game is Joey Shea, maybe? Yes, the crowd says yes. Go, Joey.
Let's go, Joey.
Wearing yellow shorts, not to be confused with the yellow jerseys on the other side of the field.
You know, it's a lot easier than I feel like you might guess.
Yeah, so we were discussing this earlier. With this tournament, you do have some experience seekers sprinkled throughout these rosters, but some of these teams have generally less of them. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, do these teams put out the players they have that have done some seeking before, or do they have other people step into the role? It looks like for Ball Too Well, they answered the question for us already, and Madeline Fordham will be seeking to start for them. looking at the other team, we haven't seen them yet today. Glancing at this roster, we've got Ariana Gladstone, who I believe is here, has some seeking experience for the Rogues within USQ. Phil Kane used to have some seeking experience. I'm sure Melinda Stopp has some seeking
I was
experience.
going to say, I could see Melinda
somewhere in
stepping
the
into
how
this
many
line
years?
at some point.
So,
We've already seen Chaser Lulu also, so maybe
Yeah.
we'll see Seeker Lulu.
oh, I'm here for Seeker Lulu. All gas.
Oh, yes.
But it looks like we are going to get Ariana Gladstone. We're excited for you, too. For those who do not know, the Snitch is worth 35 points in MLQ. And our set score is going to be 150. Our current score is 90 ball too well, 60 golden goals. Bludger control is currently sitting with ball too well. Looks like Rizzy is going to wait for the seeker to enter and just do a quick tap out. Brooke Smiley currently in at beater for golden goals.
Ooh.
And it looks like we have no beaters on the seeker right now. Beaters seem to be staying within the quaffle game. Oh, we have a golden goals beater making their journey to the Snitch. Oh, Lou gets beat out. Results in golden goals getting bludger control.
They also do get scored on.
Current score is 100 ball too well, 60 golden goals. Gladstone is getting some time alone with the Snitch. Fordham looking for an opportunity, but golden goals is creating a pretty impenetrable bubble. Fordham gets beat out. And we talked about this last game, but there's no beaters in this game, and Lindsay Morella is on one end of the field. She's going to be going to the other, and it may result in a goal.
Yeah, if the Golden Goals want to stay in this game, they're going to have to make some adjustments with their snitch on pitch strategy.
Agreed. Yeah, when you have a Team USA player on one end of the field, you should probably have a bludger that can stop them at the other. And now Athena Mayer, another experienced quaffle player, just running down the field.
Ooh.
And now we're also going to get neutral in. This purple team is just deadly.
They are just, wow. Sully with the behind the back beat. Ooh.
Ooh, Fordham almost gets the grab.
Ooh.
Gabiniak and Kortsky currently in at beater for ball too well.
Oh. Just had volunteer of the year, Claire Tilkey.
Rolling
Sub
her
in.
bludger backwards. She was ready for that all gas play that we've seen from the Golden Goals.
She's ready.
The ref was like, absolutely not. Need it back up.
We've got number 17 inbounding, fully alone.
They're going to pass. Oh, and they managed to get the ball.
They do get it.
It's a great play by Golden Goals. Oh, and that bludger just misses them.
Oh.
Sedezinski just misses the hoop, but it's fine. Number 17 is there. Burns is running down the field. Oh, and gets wrapped up.
Ooh.
But it's still a goal. Score is 130 ball too well. Golden Goals 60. Our set score is 50.
Is 50?
150. I got really distracted by that snitch grab attempt.
Madeline is getting there.
Yeah, Fordham is getting very close to catching the snitch. As we said,
Okay.
set score is 150. A snitch catch would win the game for ball too well. Kortsky is winning this snitch on pitch play. Got Fordham in again. They just get a little bit lower. Tilke gets beat out, but does make the correct decision to beat out the seeker of the process.
Absolutely. Give her volunteer of the year again.
Cassandra Evans, I believe. At keeper for Golden Goals. Manages to recover the ball for them. Athena Mayer is going to try to bring her down.
This line is doing a good job stepping up their defense.
Yeah, Zadazinski shoots and scores.
As well as the offense.
This Golden Goals team has a lot of deadly chasers. And again, we were discussing this is their first, I believe, their first game of the day. And they're only going to get better with the chemistry.
Yeah. We've got a lot of close catches here.
Yeah. Golden Goals currently getting some time with the snitch. Kaminiak misses the beat. We'll see if Silverman can convert.
Ooh.
Kortsky beats him out before.
Yeah.
Abraham beats out Rizzi, now in at seeker for ball too well. Kortsky beats out Abraham's partner Tilke. Kortsky beats out Abraham.
Ooh.
Vasquez gets beat on long beat by Gaminiak. This is running down the field. There's only an Emma Vasquez in the way, and she attempts, but Eustace does score.
So yeah, Golden Goals did get scored on. They also regained bludger control and have had a few seconds with the snitch again now.
We're trying to figure out what the score currently is. Looks like there's a discussion on the pitch. We have the set score reached in the booth. Looks like head ref Melanie Rolfe is checking in with the score table. We'll give you an update in a moment. Set score was reached by ball too well. Final score 150 to 80. Ball too well is currently 2 for 2.
All right, what did you like from that game, Dallas?
I mean, I was excited to watch Golden Goals. The last game, we were like, you know, we want to see a little more intensity, not the Indianapolis kind. But we got it with this team.
We did.
Amy Zadazinski. Who
Popping
else?
off.
Monica Marion popping off.
Emma Vasquez playing a more understated role.
Yes.
Which I do frankly appreciate in a context like this.
Yes,
I like to see them
agreed.
utilizing a lot of their team, especially early on. You need to kind of know what everybody's going to do.
Mm-hmm. I think Golden Goals we saw as it progressed, a lot more of that. They knew where there were certain roles that need to be filled, and they adapted them a lot quicker than I think other teams did. We were talking about how Ball Too Well, right, was clustering some of their chasers behind the hoops, where Morella was the only one up top, versus Golden Goals seemed to very much be like, all right, someone's got to go here, here, and here, and successfully implement that as the game went on. Also, obviously, we are big Lulu Zoo fans.
Big fans.
She was going 100 miles per hour that whole game, but also did successfully in that. She was going to sprint down that field full sprint. She was going to go by her beater that was going to save her.
She also did a really good job. You know, you can see it from the booth. You can't tell from here if, like, I can't really tell if Lindsay Morella is doing a lot of directing her team while she's on the field. Lulu Zoo is very clearly directing chasers, beaters, everybody that she needed. They knew where they needed to go. They knew what she wanted them to do.
Yeah, if her hands aren't on the ball, she's gesturing where your hands should be on the ball.
Yeah.
But overall, really excited to see the next matchup. We're excited to see how this day keeps progressing, and we'll be back soon.
Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quad ball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different and they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quad ball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quad ball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quad ball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quad ball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game.
And we're back at pitch 1. I'm Amanda Dallas, and I'm here with Erin Moreno. Still women. And this,
Strong
sorry
start.
about the snort by Moreno on the mic. These 2 teams facing off. We're back with the golden goals on the left side in gold. And on the right side, we have the Black Parade in black. Your head ref for this game does not matter.
Does not matter. Oh.
It looks like we did a USQ brims up for this one. The duration of the match will be MLQ rules, however. Golden goals. Currently starting with one bludger. Looks like Black Parade with bludger control. Ariana Gladstone. Golden goals dodges that. Passes to Amy Zadajinski. Is that the pronunciation we were just given? We're trying really hard to get her name right. We promise.
Yeah, that was right. Zazajinsky.
There we go. Black Parade misses the beat. Brittany Kahane tries to wrap up Phil Kane. Phil Kane beats her out.
Ooh.
Mary Owen currently with the ball, passes back behind the hoops to Avery Oliver. Avery Oliver trying to shake a wrap. Oh, gets it off to... Ooh. Well, looks like Golden Goals walks away with it. Gladstone currently with the ball. Nearly gets beat. Jeanette High misses the beat, though. High and Kahane. Oh, Kahane almost gets bludger control off of Kane, but fails. Wow, Kahane and Kane. That's going to get confusing. We're sorry in advance.
Ooh.
So far, we have not had a successful offense, but like we said, throughout these games, these players are still learning how to play with each other. We expect as the day goes on, we'll see more and more chemistry and cohesion. Golden Goals currently sitting in a 2-2 zone. High beats out the top. Abraham goes for the exchange. Phil Kane currently with all three bludgers on the ground, but Kahane walks away. Oh, no. Phil Kane manages to maintain bludger control for themselves and Abraham. We currently have a dog pile behind the hoops on the left side. Kane coming to clear out the Black Parade.
Yeah, it was a beautiful block through the hoop by keeper Ariana Gladstone. Saved that from being a point. Our Golden Goals have control. They're walking up pretty high into the Black Parade defense. Looks like they're looking very comfortable walking their quaffle in.
Ooh, Abraham makes a good beat, but loses their broom. Kane manages to hold the bludger control, though.
Dang.
Avery Oliver is running up the field with just Kane as a threat. Oh, gets beat out. That's definitely going to be a turnover.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a rough start for both teams in the quaffle game so far. The ball is going to end up in the hands of Zadajinski.
Yeah, it's interesting. These are both these teams' second games of the day. And there you saw a little bit of, I'm curious how much Avery was able to communicate with her team that they were running versus how much they kind of just expected everybody to follow a format that they may have been playing yesterday.
Zadajinski waiting for an opportunity. Oh, it's a good take, but the hoop turns. Score is 0-all. Kane and High struggling a bit to get bludger control off of Kane and Abraham. Oliver passes to Murrian. Murrian, ooh, it looks like Murrian was looking for the cut from Oliver, but instead passes it to the Golden Goals defense. Kane needs to pick up this bludger. Oh, Kane needs to throw that ball. Great.
Nice.
And we were talking about this earlier. Emma Vasquez, one of her deadliest roles is around those hoops, doing exactly what she just did, recovering those loose balls and converting to goals.
We've got new beaters in for the Black Parade, and I'll be honest, these beaters need to play a lot more proactively. Our first set was playing very, very reactively, which is a big reason they were having a hard time trying to get control back.
Agreed.
Thanks.
Just here to support you.
Women supporting women, you love to see it. / hear it. Avery Oliver, man. Strong
Oliver
arm.
to Marklin. Marklin back to the keeper, which I believe is Giaroso.
Correct.
Giarosa
Perfect.
to Maria Jackson, making her appearance in an MLQ event for the first time in a couple of years.
Oh, yeah.
Jackson used to play for the Rochester Whiteout. It was a deadly piece for them in the wing. Lulu Zoo, back in the game.
Oh, how did I
0 to
forget?
80, per usual. Manages to open up a lane for chasers. Gladstone with the ball, looking for a shot. Doesn't take it past Sadajinski. Sadajinski passes to Vasquez, and
Perfect.
that's what we were talking about. 2 goals on the board for Golden Goals, both by Vasquez. Black Parade is at 1. Golden Goals sitting in a 2-2 defense. A little bit of clustering up top. Looks like the Black Parade just found their spacing, which is good. Avery Oliver with the ball. Number 7 Golden Goals manages to strip it. Oh, I'm not sure what the foul is going to be called, but...
Nothing.
Oh,
It's nothing.
Looks like hand is down. Never mind. JK.
You got Zazajenski going for it right now. Pass to Emma Vasquez.
Vasquez
to Gladstone.
Giaroso attempt to wrap up Gladstone. Lulu Zoo says not in my house. Zoo is in their keeper zone, threatening with that bludger.
Oh. Maria Jackson just took it and ran with it.
Score is 2-all. We're going to need to see a little bit more organization on offense, I think, from both these teams.
I would agree with that. So far with a lot of the games we've been seeing today, it's early parts of the game take a little bit to get going.
Yeah.
They usually find their stride by the time we've hit Snitch on pitch, but
Oh, Vasquez goes down
Ooh.
with an injury.
hopefully just Win knocked out of her. Yeah, that's what it's looking like. Oh, God.
So we were just talking about this so far, right? We would like to see a little bit more organization on offense from these teams. It seems like the Black Parade is starting to fall into a typical box offense. There was a little bit of issues early on with the spacing up top, a little bit of clustering. Looks like Vasquez is jogging off the field of her own accord. You love to see it. I'm sure she'll be back in the game soon.
Yeah.
But yeah, what we were talking about also on defense, it looks like both these teams are running 2-2 zones, something we've seen quite a bit. And I'm sure we'll continue throughout this tournament. Really easy to implement, especially if y'all aren't that familiar with each other. It's a very common zone in Quidditch. And we have another Maria Jackson fast break, maybe? Nope. Ooh, Maria back to Markland. Markland manages to block it. Passes to, I believe, Gaffney. Yes, of Cleveland Ref.
Oh. What's happening now?
Moreno's got to put her glasses back on.
I forgot. Yeah, I forgot to put them on. That's why I don't know what's happening. Turns out you need to be able to see the plays.
Looks like it's a no call. Golden Goals is going to progress with the quaffle.
I feel like we've seen more than once now. Black Parade having a hard time coming up together on offense. There's that lack of organization that we were talking about. Yeah, they're going to have to really key that in if they go.
Monica Marion picks up the ball and passes Silverman.
Oh.
Marion was Marion was pretty deadly last game, along with Zadozinski for Golden Goals. Wind. Papers are
Lulu
blowing
Zoo
everywhere.
making some moves up top.
It's really just Lulu Zoo blowing our minds.
Oh.
High goes for a hit on Zoo, and Zoo taps her out. Looks like
Quickly
Marion's
cleans
got
that
the
out.
ball again. We're seeing Black Parade is struggling to penetrate the defense for Golden Goals.
Oh. We had a strip up top by Wolf, and the Black Parade is able to put it in.
Scores 3 Black Parade, 2 Golden Goals.
I'm curious. What I'm seeing a lot of so far from the Black Parade is it seems like we've got a lot of players playing individually, and I'm curious. This is a team that had the most drops for various reasons, and I think because of that, they kind of have this. There might be a mentality of, you know, how far are they going to try and take this, and what do they want to get out of the day?
Yeah, Black Parade fell victim to a lot of individuals that were drafted to this team, just unfortunately falling to injuries during the Ben&P Cup this past weekend. They did pick up one or two replacement players, but again, with a smaller roster size. And that's a goal by Marion for Golden Goals. Score is going to be 3-all.
Oh, we got a stoppage. Timeout for Black Parade, it looks like.
Yeah, you wonder if that is... You wonder if that timeout specifically is to discuss strategy or if it's to buy them some time because, like we were just discussing, it is a smaller roster.
Yeah.
And maybe they're just going to use the timeout strategically to take some breaks.
Yeah, honestly, more teams need to do that, frankly. Would appreciate it if teams that I play for would do that. It's also going to give them a chance, you know, now that they've, like, been playing. Like I said, this is their second game of the day. We didn't get to see the first game. It was over on pitch 2. But I am curious how it compares to what they've been doing here. Have they, like, already made adjustments? What have they brought into this game from their last game? And what are we going to get after this timeout? They're clearly meeting up. They're talking about things. They do have clear communication going on the sidelines right now, so it will be interesting to see how that affects their play from here.
Yeah, and I think something we've seen so far with the Black Parade is there seems to be a real disconnect between the beater partners.
Yeah.
Right? And, you know, we're both beaters. Been playing for a little bit, just a hot second. And obviously communication with your partner is the most important thing. There's only 2 of you on the field, and if one of you is out of sync, that's just not going to work.
It's not, yeah.
Yeah, and something we've seen, right, with Golden Goals with the last game is their beater pair seem to be communicating heavily. Luluzu, one of the people at the helm of communication on that team, and, you know, Team USA level beater, one of the best strategic minds in the game.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's giving them some guidance on how they need to speak with each other every play.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've seen 4 teams play now today, and I would say, yeah, Lulu has the best communication on the field so far. And, yeah, it is, you know, elite level beating, you have to bring an elite level of communication to your play. So it'll be curious to see as the day goes on how other teams are going to adjust to that. Are they going to pick up on that and kind of make those same adjustments on field, or are they going to reserve a lot of their communication for, like, timeouts and sidelines?
Yeah, and I think it's also important to note with this black team, right, they did have some beaters drop that, you know, are more experienced ones and could have helped with that communication level. Carrie Donnelly of the New York Titans and Sarah Nealing of New Orleans Curse. 2 beaters that have played this sport for at least 10 years. Really could have added to this roster. Kahane right now for Black Parade is all the way up top with high, and their chasers are nowhere to be found. I'm kind of surprised Golden Goals didn't just blow this up.
This is, yeah, that would have been a good play if they wanted to have, like, a free play to try and get control before their chasers got there. But it kind of seems like, again, it's that disconnect we're talking about this time between the beaters and our chasers. It's just like they were ready to make the play. They did not realize their chasers were not with them.
Yeah. High running pretty aggressively at Tilke. Trying to get a wrap, gets beat out.
Volunteer of the year, Claire Tilke.
Oof. Marian almost saves that ball but falls out of bounds, so it's going to be a Golden Goal inbound.
Got Melinda Stout floating down the sidelines. Really hoping to see a dunk from Melinda.
Here for it. Here for it. We need more dunks.
We do. Yeah, already seeing just like a good level of cohesion with Golden Goals offense here.
Marion calling for the ball again. Oh, Stops got the ball.
Ah,
Tries to save it, but it ends up going out of bounds. It's going to be a turnover. Golden Goals is also... I'm not really sure what happened with that beater play. I assume it was a turnover. High and Kahane finally with bludger control. We'll see what they do with it.
is this their first time having bludger control during the game?
I believe so.
Okay.
Tilke doing her best to get it from high.
Oh,
Oh, what
she
a catch
does.
by Claire Tilke.
And a clear defense for Melinda Stout. Stopping it. Nailed it.
Oh, we got another stoppage.
Wow.
Not sure what the issue is right now.
Also, yeah.
Oh, it looks like Jeanette High maybe getting a card. Possibly for back contact.
Tracks. I don't know. Something doesn't sit right with me about a man giving a woman a card on take back the pitch change.
Let the kids play. Especially Jeanette High.
Especially Jeanette.
She spends so much time enforcing the rules as a head referee. She should be allowed to break a couple. We do not endorse cheating. Jeanette High does get that card for contact from behind. Tilke providing very good pressure on offense. That beat her. Kahane takes the bait and goes for Tilke.
Got a very condensed
Oh,
defense.
that was such a good look.
Oof.
It's going to be a black inbound. Ashley Wilson of Black Parade is going to bring the ball up. Rochester Whiteout during the regular season. Golden Goals still sitting in that 2-2 defense with the keeper up top.
We got Jeanette High coming back in. Black Parade doing a good job
Wilson
waiting
to
for her to
Gaffney.
come back in.
Yeah, Black Parade doing a really good job with the patience right now. They're actually, their spacing's really great. If they can continue with this, hopefully we'll see a goal from them. Score is currently 3-all. Oh, it's a great beat by, I believe, Claire Tilke.
Ooh, good dodge.
There are no bludgers on the other end. Oh, High makes a great beat attempt, but it's not going to work. Marion passes to Silverman. Silverman doesn't have a lot of time. Oh, passes it back. Oh, Melinda!
Let's go, Melinda!
Stop!
Ooh, takes the goal down. Let's go.
That's going to be a card for dislodgement, I believe. Seems like an Ethan Sturm card. Goal is good, as we mentioned. A little bit of a sloppy offense, but Melinda Stop
take
got it
it.
done.
You know
Oh,
what?
contact from behind.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Nice. Thanks. Black Parade really knows their numbers are limited, and they are taking full advantage of every second they have.
Slow and steady.
Dude, yep. As hot as this turf is, same.
You know, we've been up here in the booth saying we want to see intensity, we want to see run and gun. We fully support Black Parade's decision to take their time.
If I was on the field, I'd be walking slower.
We love the awareness. Fully support it.
Smarter, not harder.
Gia Rosa with the ball, one of the more experienced players in this tournament. We've said it a couple times. There's a few of them scattered throughout the roster. Experienced ball handler passes to Wilson, and Wilson.
Nice.
You know, wish I would have seen more of a style dunk there, but I'll take it.
Yeah.
She is nearly as tall as the tall hoop, so.
We've got a very condensed defense here for the Black Parade.
Yeah, and it pays off for them.
Yeah, it did have
Pays
the
off.
round.
Silverman did attempt to save that play, did dodge the bludger, but could not convert. Score is currently 4-all. Gia Rosa is going to be bringing up the ball again.
Yes, Lulu Zoo in a chaser. Perfect. With Melinda, let's go.
You know, we're really trying not to be biased, but we're biased.
Yeah.
And by biased, we mean.
Don't worry. Mary Owen is
want
also in
everyone-
a beater for Black Parade, so now I'm double
I was
biased.
about to say, in regards to bias, though, we also really like players on both teams.
Yeah.
So we just want to see everyone score. We want to see every beat happen.
Mary Owen, who has been trying to beat for intensity for an entire year. Unfortunately, they don't have the numbers to do mixed sets regularly, so unfortunately for her, she has to ball out at chaser.
Yeah. Also, unfortunately, a baller chaser. So, you know, when too good, don't know where to put her. We just need two Mary Owens.
We do. The world would benefit from more Mary Owen. Got a very patient offense here, waiting for their beaters to make a move.
Yeah, we were trying. Oh, Melinda stopped
Oh,
with
and it-
such a simple goal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Golden Goal is doing a really good job putting plays together. Doesn't matter how simple they are, they're effective.
Score is 5-all. Currently sitting around the 15-minute mark.
Wow. Mary Owen, single-handedly getting control back.
Linnea Schultz applying great pressure at beater for Golden Goals, though.
Ooh.
Lulu Zhu putting
Close.
up a fight with Giaroso. Giaroso manages to recover.
Ooh.
Some great aggression by Chelsea Wang. Black cannot convert on that one. Scores 5-all. Emma Vasquez back in the game. Along with Ariana Gladstone of the New York Titans. Lulu Zhu is ready to go, but Mary Owen is standing in her way.
Oh, that's actually Keisha Bowles, also from Indianapolis Intensity.
Oh, is it?
Nope, 96. Just kidding, it's Jillian.
96 and
69.
69 throwing
Switch
us
those.
off here.
They're literally right next to each other in the numbers sheet.
You know, Nick Jablonski was like, hey, let me confuse the female commentators. Let me put 69 and 96 next to each other on the sheet.
Ooh.
We have a yellow card for knee contact.
The crowd is not here for it.
The crowd is not here for it. The crowd wants the kids to play. Ethan wants safety for knees. We're going to say in this regard, we will support Ethan Stern.
You know what they say, the knees are the teeth of the body.
Ariana Gladstone with the ball coming up the field. They're back to Silverman. Silverman to Vasquez. Oh! If it had just been a little bit closer to Vasquez. Score is still 5-all. Maria Jackson back in the game for the Black Parade. Got a nice little Rochester lineup here on the quaffle. Avery Oliver, Maria Jackson, Alyssa Giaroso.
Oof.
Avery Oliver, now a New York Titan,
Nice.
but probably still a Rochester player at heart. Lulu Zhu is ready to score. And Maria Jackson is aware.
We have Phil
not gonna
Kane
let
at beater
Lulu.
now for the Golden Goals. And Vasquez switching with Lulu. Both going behind a little bit. Ooh.
Yeah, we're seeing Golden Goals again in that box offense. Giaroso makes a good contact attempt. Kane beats out Jackson. Kane Mary! Kane makes a play on Mary Owen, and Mary Owen catches it. Oh, Vasquez goes up for the ball.
Ooh. Yep.
We've got chaos in the midfield, and Black walks away with a quaffle. And then Lulu Zhu takes it. Kane beats out Jackson. Lulu gets the ball back to Vasquez. Vasquez and Gladstone. Golden Goals currently with bludger control. Kane seems to hesitate throwing at Mary this time.
They learned.
Thought Wang dropped their broom there.
That's also
I was like,
confused.
oof. Golden Goals taking their time. Looks like Black Parade is running a mark defense now. Oh, we're back into possibly a 2-2. Jackson swings out, take on Silverman. Silverman passes it directly to the hands of the Black Parade chaser. Oh.
Oh.
Golden Goals can press right now if they'd like. But it looks like that's not on the agenda.
It does not look like they would like that.
No. You know, y'all do you. Golden Goals singing 2-2. Kane makes a beat on the beater for Black Parade. Oh, so close. Jackson's going to recover this ball. Emma Vasquez working to bring down Jackson. Jackson gets the ball off to Giaroso. Giaroso gets beat. The goal is no good.
Good looks, though.
Score is 5-all.
We're at 20 minutes. Woo. What do you think we're going to see at Seeker for the Black Parade?
Oh, man, the question every single game for us, except for this one, has a short roster. Great question. Obviously, this booth really loves Mary Owen, so we're here for a Mary Owen Seeker, but I think we're actually going to see Luck Margolin, I believe the last name is, late add to the roster after, like we mentioned, Black Parade had a few injuries. I believe we're going to see them at Seeker. They do have the experience on the Detroit Innovators. Other options, Jeanette High is on this team, has experience, has caught a few snitches in a couple of tournaments. I really think it's those two are going to be the go-tos. Maria Jackson would be a great option, especially with the size and length.
Strong. Yeah, I was going to say, if we get our Rose Murnion also, you've got the length option, too, if that ends up being something where it's like, if there's a matchup issue that you're really struggling with, like, yeah, they do have a lot of diverse kinds of, like, bodies that they can throw at people.
Yeah, I don't think we talked about this a lot during the game, but, like, this Black Parade team is pretty tall.
Yeah.
Honestly, our suggestion here in the booth, you know, maybe you should consider the trees zone. We saw
really
a little
set
bit,
up for it.
there's chaos on the field. That is not part of Take Back the Pitch.
Wow.
Okay, we have a, not quite a streaker, but someone who does not belong. Hopefully the men can take care of this.
But let's be real,
probably
they can't. Welcome to Take Back the Pitch.
They
We're
probably
women.
won't.
The people who would take care of it are currently right here.
Ethan Sturm, in fact, is staring at his phone instead at the booth. Anyway, back to these teams, the important part of this event. Golden Goals. We talked about a little bit, a couple of different options they could throw at Seeker. Ryan Silverman, I believe, went earlier. Ariana Gladstone was in earlier. You also have Phil Kane that you could throw out there.
And we got Emily Hickman as our snitch.
Yes, Emily Hickmont will be our snitch for this match.
So a strong snitch. So,
yes. So, I mean, I would recommend. We were talking about that size of Black Parade. I would definitely throw that at Hickmont.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it looks like they're going to with Margolin. I believe we have Cassandra Evans. Oh, forgot about Cassandra Evans. How could we? Found some success this season seeking specifically for the Minneapolis Monarchs. Also a great decision to match up against Hickmont.
Our score right now is 50 all. Our set score is 110. Reminder, the snitch in MLQ is worth 35 points.
And Golden Goals comes out strong. Abraham beats out Kahane so that there is no beater on the Seeker for Black Parade. Kane and Abraham right now with bludger control. Evans getting a lot of one-on-one time with Hickmont. The Black Parade beaters coming in. Makes the decision to attempt on the Golden Goals beaters. Oh, it looks like there's some confusion, and Golden Goals loses bludger control off of that. Black Parade currently with all three bludgers. Abraham is trying to recover. Makes a nice kick beat attempt, but it doesn't. Oh, but I believe we have a catch.
Wow.
Current score is 5-all. This will see if this is a good catch. I believe so.
It is.
Our set score is 110.
Look at that. This is what we're talking about. That size.
Man,
It's almost like we're key analysts.
it's like we know strategy
Analysts.
or something.
Oh, man, it's fine.
Yeah, you know, experience.
Yes, yes.
Golden Goals back with bludger control. You know, it's a shame, right? Because Golden Goals was doing a really good job with that bludger control during that Snitch on pitch play, and that one blip in the play with the miscommunication between the partners, and it resulted in a grab for Black Parade. But the score is currently 85 Black Parade, 50 Golden Goals. Set score is 110. So we will see how Golden Goals plays this, see if they can catch up. We currently have a pile on the ground.
They did use this play to get bludger control back. I think we're just waiting for the countdown.
Yeah, I was like, I'm a little confused because all the beaters are there.
Yeah.
Oh, so keeper had partial possession. They
Yeah.
cannot beat. Yep. It's probably Ethan Sturm's fault. Did you know he voted for quicker on the
I
name
did know
change?
that.
Can't believe it. In case you missed it, Quidditch will soon be quad ball. So stay tuned next season for Major League Quad Ball, because this is, in fact, the last Major League Quidditch tournament ever.
It
Maria
is.
Jackson, Avery Oliver.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Dropping
Kane
the
makes
broom.
drops the broom, but Kane was also there to make that beat.
Yeah. Ooh.
Sadajinski working down the field,
Ooh.
breaking some ankles, passes to Emma Vasquez. Oh, will Vasquez recover it? She does.
Back up top. And honestly, I love that because they had that shot there to get the quick one, and they didn't, but they were ready to set up afterwards.
Gladstone with the ball. Abraham clears out the lane.
Ooh.
Kane makes an attempt to beat on the hoops. It doesn't convert, and it looks like Black is going to get bludger control off that play, and Golden Goals does not walk away with the goal.
We've got our beaters on Golden Goals without control, setting up very high. Not sure if they plan to fall back with the offense or if they plan to make a play up top for bludger control attempt on defense. I'd be here for it.
Looks like they made the play on the beater. Oh. Man. It was a good take by Black Parade.
Losing the bludgers on offense, you don't like to see that.
Jackson gets beat out. Gladstone coming up the left of the ball. Passes to Vasquez. Ooh, it gets fumbled. Gladstone with the pick. Vasquez rounds up top. Did a great job taking space back to Gladstone. Gladstone to Zadajinski. Zadajinski, ooh, just short of a goal. I believe it was a pass, though. Oh, she recovers it. Shoots again, but it's no good.
Man.
Apologies for the lull. We have some chaos in the booth. There is a fly here. Juan Martinez doing his best to take care of it. And that's a goal for Black Parade while we were discussing that. And somehow a roll across the field.
And Golden Goals are having a really hard time matching up against the size difference that we talked about that Black Parade brings.
Speaking of size, Ashley Wilson on the field. Probably the tallest person on any of these rosters.
We got Lulu Zhu in at beater for Golden Goals, so let's see how this shakes out.
Score is 95 Black Parade, 50 Golden Goals. Zhu clearing out the lane. Zadrzynski passes to the wing. With Melinda Stop. How dare I not know who that is. Stop back to Zadrzynski. Stop makes a great cut.
Zadrzynski playing big minutes these games. Yeah. Not even looking like it either. Like, I'd be dogging it right now. I'd be tired. I'm not going to lie. I guess athletes only, though. What's up? All right, Black Parade taking it easy.
We do have for Golden Goals right now on the field some of the most successful players so far today for this team, right? Melinda Stop, Zadrzynski, Marion, Zhu. Definitely what you want to see on the field in this moment, right? It's a 95-50 game. Set scores 110. They're going to need some big stops and some big offenses.
They got one big stop.
Avery Oliver with the ball. She's doing a great job today with ball handling overall, though.
Oh, look, it's Mary. Hi, Mary.
High gets speed out.
Oh, so fresh and so clean.
Golden Goals right now, again with the opportunity to press. Something we haven't seen so far today is taking advantage of these press opportunities by these teams.
Yeah.
But again, goes back to they're not used to playing together. Maybe not comfortable yet communicating that. Zadrzynski to Marion. Marion's going to score that one.
Nice.
Score is 95 Black Parade, 60 Golden Goals. Set score is 110. We are at 26 and a half minutes.
Yeah, and going back to what you were saying before, I remember playing last year, Take Back the Pitch, and
losing to me.
yeah, 100% remember that. It was awful. You're the worst. But something that I do remember that I did not expect going into those games was how much of an adjustment it was to have to make to realize how much more awareness you had to have because, yeah, you weren't the ignored player on the team anymore.
Yeah.
Like, everybody was the threat, and you weren't always just going to be uncovered, unmarked, whatever it was. So it was just like you had to have so much more awareness than, like, a lot of these players are typically worrying about.
Yeah, and that's, a incredible goal by Avery Oliver there.
So fresh, so clean.
Brings it to 105 to 60. Again, the set score is 110. So one more goal by Black Parade, and it's a win. And what we were talking about, the biggest thing about this tournament is giving these players that are often overlooked on teams and should not be, the opportunity to really showcase those skills. That's a goal by Golden Goals.
Let's go.
Zadajinski.
Man. When are we getting stats for these? I want to see.
Juan Martinez is working really hard to take them all down. He's not actually. He's got too much to do.
My stats are that Zazajinsky is killing it.
Yeah. Write that down, Juan.
Put it on the website.
Someone call up Brian Davis.
Ooh, Mary. Oh.
Mary Owen makes a pass to herself eventually. Doesn't work out, though.
Let's go, Mary. Ooh, game face by Mary.
Yeah.
Scary.
You can find a lot of those pictures on mlquidditch.com. Oh, what a pass. Marion to stop. Score is 105 to 80. Like we said, these chasers that are currently in for Golden Goals doing a lot of the conversion for this team.
Yeah.
They are not going down without a fight. But like we said, set score is 110, so every offense at this point for Black Parade could lead to the end of the game. So every defense by Golden Goals needs to be a big stop.
We do have a smaller line in right now for the Black Parade, comparatively at least.
Gaffney gets the ball. Passes it to Mary Owen. Owen taking her time. Did a great job taking space, but there was no one there with the cut.
There's no one. I was wondering. I was like, not sure if they knew who was supposed to be
Marion's
cutting,
breaking down the field. There is no beater back. Silverman gets wrapped up, though. The ball is on the ground. I believe we're going to have a back contact call here.
Yeah.
So one of the things we were talking about earlier, obviously we take back the pitch. These players are often overlooked. They're now in this position where they have to try out different things. They get to play positions that they may not normally play. And overall, just a great experience, but also, like we said, it can get a little bit confusing. Communication becomes even more important because you're gonna find a lot less experienced ball handlers, and you may find a lot less experienced engage beaters, a lot less experienced keepers. But it doesn't mean these players are not capable of playing those positions.
Yeah. And I think as the day goes on too, right? It's like experience doesn't always trend towards leadership roles either.
Absolutely.
But a lot of times, those experienced players, your Melinda Stoups, your Lindsay Morellas on Ball Too Well, like those players are the ones who are comfortable like making those moves. And I think as the day goes on, we're going to see a lot more players stepping into those roles more comfortably. We've already got better passing going on from Black Parade than we were seeing earlier this game. Ooh.
Golden Goals is still in this game right now. The set score is 110, Black Parade 105, Golden Goals 90.
Ooh.
Oh, Maria Jackson.
With the stuff. And a beat by Volunteer of the Year, Claire.
Claire Tilke, Volunteer of the Year. Star player of Golden Goals. Oh, and she unknowingly dodges that beat.
So good.
Linnea with that wind-up. Wow.
Ooh.
Oh, and a pass to Silverman. And Silverman
Waiting
baits
for
Jackson
it.
and scores.
Ooh.
Score is 105 to 100. Next goal wins.
Let's go.
Wow, this got really exciting really quickly.
I know.
In right now for Golden Goals, we have Cassandra Evans, Emma Vasquez, Amy Zadrzynski, Ryan Silverman.
A truly dangerous combo of the Avery Oliver and Maria Jackson in for Black Parade. Both going to the hoops options. Yeah. This could very well be it. We'll see how Golden Goals holds on. They do have bludger control, so.
It's interesting that we're not really seeing the beaters sell out, though, for this last goal.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh, BB4.
Oh, she
Able to keep it in.
Great
Only to tap it
save
back.
by Avery Oliver. However, Golden Goals picks it up.
Oh.
Cassandra Evans doesn't see her. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Oh.
Oh, she passes it and it hits the off-rim player. Emma Vasquez tries to pick it up. Maria Jackson gets beat but gets the ball off. Silverman picks it up. Silverman to Evans. Evans is going to try to drive solo. Oh, Maria Jackson. Man, talk about a scrappy defensive offense.
Yeah.
Again, curious if we'll see these beaters sell out. It's your last goal. Okay. Silverman playing aggressive up top. Well, Kahane does not beat them. Back to Jackson. Jackson shoots, and it goes through Vasquez's fingers. And that's going to be the game winner. Final score, 115 Black Parade, 100 Golden Goals with a final goal by Maria Jackson. Golden Goals. What do they have to do?
Yeah, where do they go from here, right? Like, they've been playing really solidly, honestly. I think both games that we've seen from them, they have had that slow start where it kind of takes them a second to get it moving, get it rolling. They've got some really strong combinations, both on their beaters and their chasing lines, as well as beaters and chasers together. I think we're seeing, frankly, I think the best team chemistry I've seen so far has been with the Golden Goals.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think on paper a few people were like, what is this team going to do? Who's going to score for this team? And I think it's pretty obvious that there are quite a few threats. Zadrzynski's stop, Evans, Vasquez, like the list goes on. There's a lot of really talented quaffle players on this team. And then, like you said, beater play. Abraham and Kane have been playing really well together. Tilke has been playing well with every partner she's been with. And obviously there's Luluzu still lurking in the depths of that beater rotation because she's been putting up more minutes at chaser. But again, having Zoo on either end there gives you a very experienced mind and a great coach.
Yeah.
Really excited to see how this team continues to progress. Black Parade, even with the short roster coming out with that win, like we said, that size is really critical. And Maria Jackson, athlete.
Just, dude, athletes only.
So our next game on this pitch is going to be Himalayan salt. Pink Himalayan pink salt. Pink Himalayan salt. It's Himalayan salt and they're pink. Versus Ball Too Well, Taylor's version. So we will be right back.
Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quad ball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first two are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quad ball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quad ball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quad ball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quad ball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quad ball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quad ball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quad ball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a
And we're back with Take Back the Pitch. I am one of your commentators, Amanda Dallas, MLQ Commissioner, and with me is...
Erin Marino, social media editor.
We're still women. So we had some changes due to some injuries, timing, etc. Ball Too Well Taylor's version is still Ball Too Well Taylor's version. But we have some changes the pink and black team have combined to become the Himalayan Pink Salt Parade. So, yes, it will be a little bit confusing. You're going to have some black and pink jerseys on the field. You're going to have some purple jerseys on the field. But black and pink are, in fact, on the same team.
I love it. Isn't Blackpink a band or a group or something?
Yeah. A girl group.
We love it.
We love
to
it.
see it. Man, so this just adds a whole new layer to this. We haven't seen Himalayan Pink Salt play yet, question mark?
We have not on this pitch.
And so, we're always talking about chemistry. Like, it's like, all right, what have these 2 teams built up in the few games that they have played already with their individual teams, and how are they going to combine them?
Yeah, and, that's the first, I believe that's a point. Was that our field?
Yes.
I believe that's a point for Ball Too Well Taylor's version. Okay, there's the point on the board. All right, I was like, I feel like I might be gaslit right now by the booth. But Juan was not gaslighting us. So we talked about earlier, this purple team was playing really well together. They already have some built-in chemistry. Arguably one of the favorites given some of the players on this team, current and former USNT. But now we've got this pink and black team, which combined to be a pretty formidable presence. I think some of the stuff, we were talking about how black team lost some of their beaters to injuries over the weekend, but they just gained Himalayan Pink Salt, which has a couple of beaters that they were missing in Ostra and Mullins. We also have, you now have Julia Bear playing on this team with Maria Jackson and Alyssa Giaroso and Mary Owen. Like, this pink and black combination definitely created a much deadlier team.
Yeah. Julia Bear and Mary Owen played on the same Take Back the Pitch team last year, actually, also, and they were a lethal combination. So interested to see how they play off each other today.
Did come in second place to Solly Gaminiak and Mitch Eustace, though, who are on the purple team.
I mean, I think that tracks. I feel like that's fair. A lot of business decisions were made that game.
A lot of business decisions.
We have a brief stoppage.
Honestly, that stoppage really did wonders for Jeanette High because the bludger came right back to her. Score is currently 20 ball 2 well, 0 Himalayan Pink Salt Parade, which is a name brought to you by your wonderful announcers. In for purple, we currently have Lindsay Morella being the primary ball handler. She's actually on the field with Neutzel, which we haven't seen yet. They were playing on different lines earlier. Oh, and Gaminiak is now joining their line at Quaffle, something else we haven't seen. That is Ted Walters yelling in the background if you heard him. Just making sure his presence is known.
As usual.
Men. Like we were saying, Solly Gaminiak, we saw 2 ball 2 well games earlier, and Solly was playing predominantly beater. But this line now, right, you have Burns, Morella, Neutzel, and Gaminiak.
They're not messing around. They saw what this new roster does.
They were like, we're going to come in and we're going to create this lead, and then we'll, find out what's next. Fordham currently in at beater with Rizzy. Rizzy was having a pretty good performance earlier today with every partner that she was paired with.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that continues.
There's a lot of confusion right now and some beater stuff going on.
Yeah. Morella picks up the ball. There's a wolf. Oh, good aggression there.
Yeah.
Morella shoots past to Gaminiak to Neutzel, and that's another goal. Score is currently 4-0 ball 2 well. We were discussing earlier, chemistry important, and now you just combine 2 teams, and while, there's a lot of talent throughout this roster, you're basically starting from scratch with how to build out these lines.
Yeah. It's interesting, too, that we're seeing the beating pair from Black Parade with a chaser core of... Okay, no, we got the Black Parade chaser in the back. Didn't even see her. But neither did ball 2 well. So they get their first score of...
Yeah, Fiona Gaffney puts up the first goal for Himalayan Pink Salt Parade. Score is 4-1. What's really interesting is we have this pair right now on the field for Pink Salt Parade of Dekiel? Apologies. And High. But lurking in the depth, like we said, you do have Mary Owen and Tessa Mullins, along with some other experienced beaters. So it'll be interesting to see if they stick with this or if they start to put out more. Or, again, this take back the pitch. Maybe people are just trying different positions. Again, we have no idea because we didn't get to see Pink Team play yet, and now it all just got changed up.
Black Himalayan Pink Salt Parade just made quite a few subs that was a very well-timed beat.
Yeah.
So we have Julia Bayer in now. We have,
Elena Sousa.
Maria Jackson? Question mark?
Sosa, apologies.
Also, it's going to take us a hot sack with names and numbers. We have about 6 different variations of the roster in front of us because of this team combination.
But hey, let the kids play.
Yeah.
Morella with the ball. Morella passes to Athena Mayer. Mayer fakes and shoots on the middle hoop.
Love a good fake.
Score is currently 60 ball 2 well, 10 Himalayan Pink Salt Parade. On the field right now for Himalayan Pink Salt Parade, we have Alyssa Giaroso currently with the ball. Julia Bear, Milena Sosa, Maria Jackson out there in the corner. There's a lot of talent in this offense. We'll see if it pays off. Oh, and a Mayer
wow.
takes down Sosa. Janice Loop beats out Alyssa Giaroso.
Ooh.
Julia Bear shoots,
Ooh.
and it's a goal.
It's dirty.
Josh Mansfield is trying to call it off.
Oh. Boo. This is why no men. No men today. The crowd is also not here for it.
Waiting to see what the call is. I believe the goal's going to be no good. The crowd is not happy.
I'm not happy.
Morella's coming out for Mitch Eustace.
Nice.
Mayer passes the ball to Burns. Burns tries to put the spin move on Julia Bayer. That's not going to work. Mayer to Eustace. Eustace passes back to Burns. Burns is looking to drive back to Mayer. Mayer shoots. It's just over. That's going to be a reset, but Eustace is going to pick it up. Eustace has Kortsky and Lou at beater protecting him. Back to Mayer. Mayer's looking to drive,
Ooh.
passes the ball, and Maria Jackson picks it out of the air. We obviously haven't seen every game because we've been on pitch one all day, but it seems like these teams are not learning that you can't just float the ball over Maria Jackson.
They are not.
Melena Sosa passes it back to Giaroso. Giaroso to Bear.
Ooh.
Bear's going to take her space. Oh, good look to Maria Jackson,
Yeah.
but
Oh.
could probably pop that up a little bit higher. Giaroso saves the ball.
Ooh.
Jackson's going to pick this up.
Let's go. Let's get scrappy.
Got a lot going on there. There were some beater hits. A beautiful save by Giaroso, though.
It was, yeah.
Ooh, Lou just made that sprint for nothing. That's
You
unfortunate.
hate to see it. You hate to do it.
Bear with the ball. She's only facing one
Ooh.
bludger. Oh, passes it to Sosa. Close, but nope. Nope. Oh, Sosa's off broom trying to sub.
Bear not giving up that
Oh,
easy.
I guess they're going to let the kids play. Tori Nutt now in for beater. For ball too well. Taps out Bear. Good decision. Taps out Maria
Ooh.
Jackson. Oh, I guess not. Oh, just misses the beat for control. But she does. Oh,
Nice.
almost got her out of bounds.
That was a good beat by, is that Catherine Zhang? I really appreciate the commitment to protection from concussions. I could have used a lot of that. I'm going to go ahead and assume they've got a lot more brain cells than I do at this point. Can't wait to see how they use them. Ooh.
Had some good
Dang.
physicality
Yeah,
so
I'm
far
like,
this
that was
tournament. Big
a-
fan, big fan.
Yes.
Oh, Eustace with a great.
Ooh.
Oh, and a.
Dang.
I mean, it was a good beat. Probably
Was
not
it
the
worth it?
decision I would have made. There was a whole cluster of purple
Ooh.
players there. Oh,
What is happening? Wow.
purple walks away with
We
pleasure
just
control.
traded control about 10 times in the span of 3 seconds.
Eustace trying to shake off the defense. We're seeing there's a bit of clustering going on here with the
Yeah.
purple team. They're going to have to spread out wider against this. I believe the pink and black team is trying to swap into a 2-2 zone. There it is.
Yeah,
There
okay.
it
I was
is.
waiting for it too. Oof. Ooh,
Oh.
good. Dang.
Alexander tries to recover it.
This is scrappy. I like this. Curious as to how much I think, you know, now that Black Parade isn't worried about their numbers after combining with the pink team, I think that they're like playing a lot harder.
Yeah.
Which is a good match because they're going to have to do that against Ball Too Well, frankly.
Yeah. Murray tries to get the ball out before the Eustace tackle, and it goes to Alexander on the opposing team. Mayer is looking to run. Forum's going to beat Bear, providing Mayer with that pass to Eustace option.
Good shot.
Our current score is 70 Ball Too Well, 10 Himalayan Pink Salt Parade. This pink and black team seems to be struggling to complete these offensive possessions successfully. Some of what we saw is a bit of with the beaters, you know, we're getting the timings a bit off. We're getting a little bit of overcommitment when it's not worth the pleasure.
Nice.
Oh, what a pass.
Oh, Mary Owen.
Mary Owen, everyone.
Oh, Mary
Mary Owen.
Oh, Mary turn.
Oh, and that's a Lindsay Morella goal. Score is going to be 80, Ball Too Well, 10, Himalayan Pink Salt Parade. Rizzy and Nut currently have bludger control for Ball Too Well.
Looks like we got Tessa Mullins in now. With, oh, I cannot read that black on that pink. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the black on pink's a little
Woof.
bit difficult.
16. All right.
Osra. Apologies for mispronouncing your name. We currently have Mullins and Osra in for the pink and black team.
Ooh. And the beaters did a good job blowing up the play just enough that their team was able to get in there and score.
See, and that's what we were just talking about that we were missing. There was a bit of a disconnect. These beaters were if the beaters created opportunities, the chasers weren't following, or the beaters were creating opportunity and there were no chases in the vicinity.
Yeah.
We need to see more of what just happened.
Yeah. And I think, too, it'll help, you know. You've got, like, players like Tessa Mullins who are coming in with bigger games yesterday. And I think that the rest of the team is going to kind of, like, pick up the energy from them.
So we've been saying Tessa Mullins. That is not Tessa Mullins.
It's not?
That is actually Sierra Delk. That's currently an
Oh,
beater.
my God.
With their very adorable matching braids, headbands.
Jesus. I'm not going to lie. I think I just saw the braids and I was like, oh.
Honestly, they're not offended. Sierra and Tessa are not going to be offended for being confused with each other, one would assume, considering they co-GM together and are always together.
So it's really not my fault.
One of our favorite duos at Take Back the Pitch.
Ooh.
Sierra makes a great beat on Janice Liu, and Oscar's going to walk away with the bludger on that one. Oh, that was a good attempt. Oh, but it does get back. Is this going to be a goal? Yes, it is.
It is.
Current score is 80 Ball Too Well, 30 Himalayan Pink Salt Parade. I believe we're waiting for the scoreboard on the pitch to change. There it is. Neutral currently with the ball, sees the opportunity, passes it off to Morella. Morella with a no-look to Gaminiak. Gaminiak shoots. It's low.
That is an intense
Alexander and Neutral are trying to recover it, but Oscar's right there. Ooh, Oscar wins the exchange against Corsi, but Rizzy says, those are ours. Delk is trying to recover the bludger in time to stop Morella, but it's going to be too late.
Dang.
Score is 90 Ball Too Well, 30 Himalayan Pink Salt Parade. It really goes back to what we were talking about. Himalayan Pink Salt Parade is going to need to figure out how to work together better. The pieces are there. They're absolutely there. But, again, with this combining midway through a tournament, Ball Too Well has had some time to iron out, figure out what pairs they want to run, figure out what lines they want to run, where the success is going to fall. And, you know, I would say Ball Too Well is definitely probably the favorite to take this tournament right now.
It does seem that way.
Kortsky with a great dodge on high speed. Oh, Gaminiak. Gaminiak is going down the field. This is going to be a goal. Score is 100 Ball Too Well, 30 Himalayan Pink Salt Parade. currently at the 15-minute mark. I'm a bit surprised that Himalayan Pink Salt Parade has not taken a timeout yet to sort of strategically reassess the situation.
I'm curious how they're managing the leadership of the two teams. Did they just merge that, or did somebody just say, you know what, you can have this?
No, you take it.
Oof. Too high. Got a lot of balls on the ground right now.
All the bludgers are on the ground. Ball too well currently with control. Neutral bringing up the quaffle. Neutral to Gominiak. Alexander's got to back away from the hoops just a little bit. Gominiak goes for the shot. It's low again. Oh. Hits Jeanette High with the back to hoops due to that stop.
Ooh, good hand up. Nice.
Ashley Wilson currently with the quaffle. And that's going to be a timeout. I believe that was called by Himalayan Pink Salt Parade.
Yes, it was.
Sorry about the noise. All right, so obviously the chemistry of Ball Too Well is shining through. Also some changes from when we saw him last time we were discussing, Gominiak was a net beater.
Yeah.
Why do you think they switched Gominiak to Chaser?
I was going to say, I have a feeling there was a shift at some point where this team either decided that they weren't going to mess around and they're winning this tournament, and or they saw this team combining and saw the potential combinations they were going up against. And yeah, putting Neutral, Solly, and Morella on the same quaffle line together, intense. So they are not even giving Himalayan Pink Salt Parade a chance to put anything together against them.
Yeah, they definitely built up that buffer early, right? I think they do have some flexibility to experiment a little more if they want to. Now that they do have that margin, again, Himalayan Pink Salt Parade. There's a lot of exciting combinations, but it's like this deep into the tournament, you lost out on those first couple games where everyone else was experimenting, and you are back to square one. We're gonna go back to the game now. Ashley Wilson currently with the quaffle for Himalayan Pink Salt Parade. Also on the field, Avery Oliver, Emma Poland. Trying to figure out where the other quaffle player is. I think they're in the substitution area. Oh, yep, Maria Jackson. Kahane and High currently in together. They were beating together earlier today for Black Parade. So it looks like it seems like they stuck with, ooh.
Decisive.
Himalayan Pink Salt Parade scores, but interestingly enough, Avery Oliver also got taken out of that play by her own beater.
Jeanette High is having a rough time trying to get this ball. It's, oof.
Gominiak shoots. It's a goal. Score is 110, Ball Too Well, 40 Himalayan Pink Salt Parade.
And we'll see how much High has left after chasing that ball literally to both ends of the pitch in the same play. They have to go and try and get control back now, so we'll see how that runs for them.
Looks like Kahane is circling from behind.
Nice, smart.
High does an exchange. Oh, but Kahane gets beat at the same time as High makes that exchange. Avery shoots. It's in.
Yes.
That's a goal. 110 Ball Too Well, 50 Himalayan Pink Salt Parade.
And Janetta's back on the other side of the field again. Little closer to the quaffle, at least this time.
I think High is joining Ball Too Well, and we're just not taking the hint. Eustace passes to Burns. Not the decision I probably would have made, especially with Poland right on them.
Yeah.
But quite frankly,
There
they
is.
have enough of a point margin where minor decisions like that aren't really going to affect the scoreline.
There's some confusion about whose ball that was.
Yeah,
and what they were
I
gonna
mean,
do
they
with
get the
it.
ball anyway, so, good experiment. Good
Yeah.
experiment. Eustace picks up the ball. Poland engages.
Oof.
Eustace shoots. We're not sure. Goal ref says no good. AR says good. Guess we'll find out.
Stay tuned.
Mary Owen. Is that Mary Owen right now in the game for Himalayan Pink Salt Parade?
I don't think so. I think Mary is on the sideline. I think still in a chaser headband. Takes a really long time to find these numbers so that we can see who this is.
Dekiel.
Yeah. We do have Julia Bear back in right now.
Currently bringing up the ball, protected by a reader.
I like that.
Eustace
like
gets
swinging
beat
it around.
out. Bear passes to Oliver. Oliver gets beat out, but it goes to Giaroso. Giaroso back to Bear. Bear to Poland. Poland shoots.
Ooh.
Honestly, great look.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a little outside. Beautiful look, though.
Dude, shooters gotta shoot.
We have a Detroit jersey on the field.
I'm gonna go ahead and assume they're with the purple team, but I really could not actually guarantee that. I guess if they purposely receive a pass from ball too well, then we'll have our theory confirmed.
King gets beat out on the wing. We are almost at the 20-minute mark. This will be the last possession before. Theoretically. Assuming Juan's clock is right. Bear bringing up the ball slowly.
It's very slowly.
Passes it off to Oliver. Oliver back to Bear. Bear to Poland.
Ooh.
Oh! Poland picks it up, shoots, gets beat before, goes to Giaroso. Giaroso uses her beater for protection. Oh, we have a stoppage. Believe it's going to be a turnover. That is also the 20-minute mark.
Okay. Woo! Much going on. So with these, wow, the jerseys just keep changing. They really wanted to make it extra hard for us.
Yeah, you know,
we were doing too well. So
we were doing too well, so they decided to mix it up. That's the real takeaway from this tournament. Yeah, so, I mean, obviously, we make the jokes about the jerseys, but ultimately, we just want everyone to be able to play at this event. And obviously, we did have some injuries throughout the weekend that affected these teams, made them smaller. That's what happens.
what are some combinations you want to see from Black Parade joining?
Give me Sierra and Tessa together. Give me Mullen Stelk. Come on.
Put them in.
I dare
and then
you.
Put them in with Bear and Owens also.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so here's what you're all going to do. You're going to give us Maria Jackson, Mary Owen, Julia Bear. Let's do Avery Oliver. Big fan.
Oof.
Big fan.
So strong.
And then give us Tessa and Sierra, please.
Like, yeah.
Someone relay this to the field immediately.
Hold on, I'm getting a. No, I'm not.
Excuse me. This purple team, I mean, honestly, right now is really putting this away.
Yeah.
It's curious to see how Snitch on pitch goes. You know, we told you everyone that we thought would seek on each of these teams, and then some wild cards showed up. So truly, we'll see what ends up in the box. I think if this pink and black team puts some of these more experienced beaters out there together, like maybe Osra and Mullins, they could pretty solidly control the Snitch on pitch. But as we saw earlier today, when teams are committing their beaters to Snitch on pitch against the purple team, players like Marilla and Mayer are running away with the quaffle game. So we'll see what happens.
They're really kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place with this setup right now.
You do also have now, though, with this pink and black team, right, you have Bear and Jackson together in this game who could stop Marilla Mayer. We'll really just, again, we're learning as we go. You are too.
Yeah.
We'll all find out at the same time. Hope for the best.
I think black and pink is doing a really good job of like playing all of their players and getting everybody like diverse looks with different setups and stuff like that. But something that they're going to have to consider if they are wanting to take it away from Ball Too Well is, putting in those powerhouse players, Julia Bear, other people that we've mentioned. I'm blanking on fully all names at this point. But, you know, putting in those star players like the Solly, the Lindsay Morellas, and letting them just kind of like have some transition goals.
And at Seeker, speaking of powerhouses, we have Maria Jackson for the Himalayan Pink Salt Parade, and we have Janice Liu for Ball Too Well.
Oh, nice.
So one of them may end up tackling the Snitch, but it's going to be exciting. We've got some sheer force behind both of these Seekers.
Excited to see this, yeah.
Currently with Bludger Control is Ball Too Well. Yes, Ball Too Well currently has Bludger Control. We'll see how they use it. Looks like they're bringing it up on offense. They're going to split it. Nut is going to go to beat out the Seeker once released, and Marklin is going to go up with the quaffle. Jackson nearly dodges the beat. Eustace has the ball in the back. Eustace to Marilla. Marilla taking her time. Back to Eustace. Eustace to Detroit jersey. Sorry, we don't know what your name is. I cannot read that jersey from here. Absolutely. Oh, and Bear gets a fast break.
There it is.
And that's a goal. Score is 120 Ball Too Well. 60 Himalayan Pink Salt Parade. Our set score is 180. Maria Jackson getting some time alone with the Snitch. Taking your time.
Ooh.
Oh! Joshua Mansfield. Calling it off.
Men. That was crazy.
We'll see what the refs say.
Yeah, so what just happened there? There was a lot going on in that brief window.
So, I mean, Ball Too Well, right? You got to beat that Seeker, especially when it's someone with Maria Jackson's size against this Snitch, which is definitely smaller. Maria had quite a bit of time alone with that Snitch and did not make that beat. Janice Liu came charging in, which, you know, there's pros and cons, right, to a contested Snitch. When you're going in for that Seeker play, you do need to consider if you're going to charge in like that, it's going to act as a distraction. It's going to give a better opportunity to the other Seeker.
Yeah.
Catch is called off. The crowd is disagreeing with that Joshua Mansfield call. But here we are. We'll see if Jackson does it again.
We'll see if Ball Too Well ignores Jackson again.
Yeah. Luke currently getting some time alone with the Snitch. In the quaffle game. Oh, it looks like both beaters for Ball Too Well have.
And we're going to have an injury. Morella might have taken a broom to the gut in that hit with
Giro.
So.
Morella's still standing. Just taking a minute. Currently on the field, you still have Lou and Jackson and at Seeker for each team. Marilla is walking off the field. Seems like she'll be okay. Interesting enough, Ball Too Well now has put their beaters back into the Quaffle game. Even though the Himalayan Pink Salt Parade Seeker is back on Snitch. We'll see if they split again. Current score is 120 Ball Too Well, 60 Himalayan Pink Salt Parade. Mayor shoots, and it's good.
Beautiful. Ooh.
The Snitch is currently in the keeper zone for the other team.
Yeah, I'm not.
For Ball Too Well.
Seems to be something going on there. Situation.
Snitch is returning to mid-pitch. High is in at Quaffle and takes a shot. It's too high.
R.I.P. Whoa.
But
Okay.
do we have we have another possible grab by Lou
Potential
for Ball
catch.
Too Well.
She did have both hands wrapped around the Snitch at one point, so I don't know if
Yeah, we'll
they're
see
going
if
to try and
it's
call.
impediment.
Yeah.
Aaron
Yeah.
Moreno, an expert Snitch referee. Fun fact.
I am, actually. Sounds sarcastic, but it's not.
It's not sarcastic.
Nice. And the catch
And
is
that's
good.
a good catch by Lou.
Which, what's the score?
Current score is 165 Ball Too Well, 60 Himalayan Pink Salt Parade. Set score is 180. And as Aaron Maria was saying, not sarcasm. Quality Snitch referee here. Book her for your upcoming tournament.
I don't know any of the other rules, but I do know the Snitch ones. I'm happy to see Jeanette in the Quaffle game here.
I agree.
Yeah, I want to see more of this. Love the effort. It didn't really seem like she was really agreeing with beating, honestly.
Yeah.
She didn't seem like she was having a good time after all those up and downs on the field.
Yeah. Not exactly sure what just happened in the beer game by the tent, but it does result in Himalayan Pink Salt Parade getting blood sugar. Now they definitely have blood sugar control now. Maybe.
Woof. There's just much going on. And Mitch puts it in. So we're now in
175 to 60, and I still have not gotten my Tessa Mullen Sierra Del combo.
Has Tessa played? Did I just fully confuse those two players?
Find out next time.
Incredible. We've got, is this Avery Oliver? Yeah, in our corner over here. Jeanette High. Very deep. Both. Ooh.
Oh, good luck.
Yeah.
Oh. Uses picks up the ball. Athena Mayer with it. If Ball Too Well can score this, that will be game. Set score is 180. Again, something we haven't really seen today, which could be due to the heat, could be due to the roster sizes. We have not seen beaters selling out for that last goal.
Yeah.
That's a beat on 36. It looks like the shot's over. If I'm Himalayan Pink Salt Parade right now, I'm just going to start trying some combos.
Yeah.
Nothing to lose right now, so. We've got some substitutions for Ball Too Well. Gominiak now in at beater again with Rizzy. Maybe we will see that sell out after all.
If ever there was a pair to sell out, it's going to be this one.
Yes.
Ooh.
Oh.
Not
Mayer
gonna do
picks it off easily.
Yeah.
Mayer's taking her time. She is aware that she is a wolf.
So Sully did go ahead and just take the ball from Zhang over there.
Sierra Delk now in at Quaffle. Mayer
Ooh.
passes to Burns, and Burns scores to win. That is another win for Ball Too Well. Final score 185 to 60. Ball Too Well is currently undefeated.
Something that I'm seeing a lot with Ball Too Well too that I hope that they don't fall prey to. I think that they did a better job, especially like not that Lindsay Morel getting hurt and having to like walk off the field obviously was a good thing, but like, you know, it's easy when you have those like confident players who are more used to those positions to just like fall back and like let them do all the work or whatever, let them have all the scores, let them make the drives, all that stuff. But I'm liking more and more, like the more time that we go on, the more I think we're seeing a lot of the ball too well kind of step up. So that it's not just those players.
Yeah, I agree. Ball Too Well has been playing more and more of their depth. You've been seeing more and more diversity on the field. And it's clear that working with some of these more experienced players like Morella and Nutzel Miniak is definitely affecting the others, right? We saw Alexander's spacing has improved from game to game. We've now seen 3 of them. Burns is, a strong ball handler. We're seeing them get wrapped up a little bit less. And obviously, like, it's exciting to see these beater pairs switch up a little bit on Ball Too Well. There's a lot of depth and talent there, and I think you could throw out a lot of combinations. It'll be interesting to see how Himalayan Pink Salt Parade proceeds after getting this one game together and how much they mix it up.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back.
Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quad ball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quad ball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in two halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quad ball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quad ball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms Quad ball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quad ball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quad ball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game.
And we're back at Take Back the Pitch on pitch 1, currently watching the Cardinal red team, which is called Cowboy Emoji, and the gold team, which shockingly is called Golden Goals. Currently, Cowboy Emoji has possession. We've got a beat from behind.
Ooh, some good contact. Great
Oh,
kick beat and another
Smiley
beat.
picks up the ball. Silverman picks it off. There's a lot happening right now in the middle of this field.
Maya just beat the ref on accident.
Yeah. You know what? Good for you, Maya.
Yeah. I appreciate the initiative to do something with that bludger.
That ref was in your way. Take him out. Phil Kane taps out Kennedy Murphy. Maya looks ready. Oh, just misses the beat on Phil Kane. Emma Vasquez with the ball. Vasquez back to the keeper. Gladstone. Gladstone back to Vasquez. Vasquez looking to back to Gladstone. I probably would have passed that to Silverman. Silverman's been pretty wide open with no beater threat. Gladstone back to Vasquez. Manzella marks up Vasquez, USNTDA teammates, and Manzella comes out successful.
Yeah, during that interaction, our Golden Goals also regained bludger control. We'll see if they keep that.
Montero makes a good beat. Oh, man,
interesting.
Abraham could have walked away with that bludger.
Yeah.
So Montero and Sherwood walk away with bludger control from this play. Smiley with the ball makes a shot. Ooh, it is just outside of Manzella's hands. Kane makes a beat.
Wow.
It's an interest. Well, you know,
was
that
a
worked out
jump.
really well for Kane in the end. But Cardinal Red walks away with bludger control. Silverman currently way ahead of the rest of his chaser line. We've got Montero and Sherwood trying to figure out which one's going to be engaged, which one's going to be the free beater. We see some communication. Glad they're talking. Kane and Abraham have had a lot of success today as a beater pair. And it seems like Golden Goals is sticking to that pair. Both of the New York Titans, one of the practice squad, one of the franchise roster. We've got stop in with Gladstone, Vasquez, and Silverman on quaffle for Golden Goals. Ball to Vasquez. Vasquez back to stop. Stop takes a shot, and it's
Love it, though.
just low.
Love to see people taking the shots, honestly, though. We're going to see. I feel like the beginning of this game has had a lot of Cowboy Emoji pushing the pace, both on themselves, I think, and the Golden Goals.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the stronger lines we've seen today out of Cowboy Emoji with Murphy, Manzella, Hickmott finally at chaser, and Smiley.
I think we need to see some more dynamic movement there from Kennedy if she wants to make that
Agreed.
pass. What I assume was a pass/shot to Emily.
Silverman keeps making this early run. I'm kind of surprised that Sherwood hasn't just tapped them out. Kane goes for a big beat on Montero. Montero throws back. Looks like Cowboy Emoji is going to maintain bludger control. Oh, Sherwood does not see way behind. Sherwood makes a great catch. Golden Goals currently has no bludgers. If Cowboy Emoji can clean this up quickly and their chaser should run. Kennedy passes to, Hickmott misses the catch. She still has time. She pushes it, passes it to Murphy, and that's a goal. First point on the board for the game goes to Cowboy Emoji. Score is 10-0 Cowboy Emoji.
That is something, too. You see that pass that Emily missed, right? And that's not, the over-the-shoulder pass is a hard pass to catch. In addition to the fact it's so hot out here today, this turf is just, amplifying heat for everyone. So, yeah, your players might not be.
What a play by Hickmott. Gladstone just tosses in the air, and Hickmott picks it off in the middle of Golden Goals chasers. And that converts to a goal for Murphy. That is 20 Cowboy Emoji, 0 Golden Goals.
That was gorgeous. And Kennedy is off after that. She's like, I've done enough.
Yeah, it also goes back to where you were just talking about the heat of the day, right? Murphy had a really good, strong couple of shifts there and put up 2 goals. And taking a substitute, Cowboy Emoji does have the depth on the bench. Might as well use it.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a new beater in. Claire Telke at Golden Goals.
Claire Tilge, Volunteer of the Year.
Volunteer of the Year.
Also Volunteer of the Year, Aaron Moreno.
Okay.
Commentator that is currently joining me in the booth.
Commentator of the Year.
Commentary of the year, Marino. Really, truly.
Ooh, Emma's marking up really well against number 11 on Cowboy emoji.
Zaro.
Zaro. Ooh, I like that name.
Name of the year.
Name of the year.
Oh, Silverman with a
Whoa.
nice stop at the hoops. Passes it back to Evans.
Glad that pass worked out for them. Sometimes passing to your keeper when they're still the opponents in the box doesn't really go well.
Yeah.
Glad to see that didn't happen.
Cassandra Evans of the Minneapolis Monarchs has been doing a lot of ball carrying for the Golden Goals today and been successfully converting that ball carrying into some beautiful assists and goals. Passes it to Silverman. Silverman takes some space, back to Stop.
Ooh.
Oh, Stop takes the shot, and it's over.
I really appreciate Stop's confidence every time.
Agreed. Tilke manages to get bludger control for herself and Wang.
Nice. Volunteer of the year. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of fast subs out here, which is good. Again, yeah, it's great that we have enough players that everybody can get the playtime that they want and nobody is running themselves fully ragged. Got a slow progression here.
Katie Brandsetter currently with the ball for Cowboy emoji. Tries to get the pass off.
Ooh.
Does successfully, however.
Oh, Molly Potter coming in hot. Ooh. Nice.
Brandstatter's got to move away from Potter in that moment, right, and become an option. Looks like she got a little lost in the play.
We got an early down here again for Silverman.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we said this before. Both of us played beater for a terribly long time that we don't really want to tell you how long. And, man, when a chaser wants to go up that early, if you're the free beater or whatever beater is on that wing, man, you take that tap. That's one less player you got to worry about later. The Quaffle gets to stop. Stop. Runs up to the top of the key.
Oh. There we go. They did clear Silverman out right now.
Yep, there it is.
Gwen Allage, manager of the year.
Star of MLQ. Truly.
A lot of stars on this field right now.
Yeah. A lot of stars in this
Ooh.
tournament.
Ooh, some good contact.
Stop gets rid of the ball. Passes Silverman. Silverman takes space. Molly Potter. Pass goes to number 19 on Golden Goals.
Ooh. Cowboy emoji is putting up some good physicality on defense.
Hang on with that great two-hand push. Golden Goals maintains bludger control. Currently have, I believe, Cheyenne Long with the Quaffle for Cowboy emoji. Bringing the ball up, protected by Connard. Zaro up top with Long for an option. Long drawing a lot of contact. Passes to Zaro. Got a bit of clustering from Cowboy emoji right now. Long needs to. Oh, Brandstetter saves it.
Ooh.
Gets it back. Oh, but Silverman is the one to receive it. Cowboy emoji seems to be having an issue with spreading out at the top. They ended up with three chasers up top there, or three Quaffle players up top there, and Brandstetter was the only one back by the hoops. Long needs to spread out after making that pass.
Yeah.
Evans, stop. Golden Goals, speaking of which, doing a very good job filling and taking space, spreading out, not clustering.
Golden Goals, it seems like I feel like Golden Goals is like the most cohesive team that we've seen so far today.
Agreed. And even though the scoreline right is 20-0 in favor of Cowboy emoji, you know, it hasn't been, oh, great look.
Lovely.
It hasn't been a failure of looks. It's just, you know, we had those two shots by Stop that were just outside the hoop. And both obviously good looks. Evans puts in the first goal for Golden Goals. Score is 20-10. Cowboy emoji.
Looks like we're calling a timeout.
So in case you're curious, the weather today. Let's tell you a little story about the hoops. If you're looking for hoops, Matt Melton with Shooty Hoop Supply is the place to go. Holding up pretty well today in the heat. We have had some slight melting, but what are you going to expect when you're in direct sunlight on turf all day? God. You can go to mlqchampionship.com on our partnerships page for a link to Shooty Hoop Supplies. However, he's currently booked until after his wedding.
Oh, which is when? Where's my save the date?
Got lost in the mail.
Apparently.
So, Aaron Moreno, who do you think's going to take this game? What's your way too early prediction?
Okay, my way too early prediction, I'm going to go with Golden Goals, honestly. Cowboy Emoji, like I said, they're putting up a lot of physicality early on, which I like. But with this heat, I think that they might be just, like, burn themselves out on it, honestly. What's your way too early take?
Golden goals.
Nice.
Straight up.
Care to elaborate or no?
No.
Okay, that's fair.
That's it. You'll see.
Okay. Oh, okay. Sounds slightly ominous, but all right.
Yeah, so like we were talking about, you have a lot of depth. Actually, on both of these teams, there's a lot
Yeah.
of talent. There's a lot of experience. You have ball handlers within both teams. You have some great engage beaters on both teams. You have some great free beaters on both teams. There's a couple seeking options on both teams. I don't believe we've seen Zadajinski come in yet for Golden Goals, and, you know, she was really producing the goals earlier today for them, along with Stop, Marion, and Evans. Looks like we're going to return to gameplay now.
And something that I don't know how much has been publicized / I just remembered, you know, Cowboy Emoji has a non-playing coach on their sidelines.
Correct. Rachel Heald of Kansas University, Kansas City Stampede, and Washington Admirals, and U.S. national team fame. Very experienced coach through the ages. Has worked with a lot of different types of players, a lot of different players. Definitely above average overall sports IQ.
Yeah.
And, you know, we saw last year a team with a non-playing coach took the gold.
Yeah, so maybe that will have a lot more sway than,
Sure.
you know, we would have originally anticipated for this team, because they've got somebody keeping an eye on how energy levels are doing. Like, they have somebody who's able to call out subs when they need to. They have somebody who's able to set up lines and, like, see things that are happening in the game. You don't have to rely on the timeouts or the brief stoppages that you get that Golden Goals is probably going to have to rely on to make those adjustments in game.
And Heald also has a couple players on this team that she has experienced coaching herself with Brandstetter. Spent a couple years with her on Kansas. Also, you know, just spent 2 weeks ago, a whole week with Ali Manziel at the Team USA camp. Serena Montero, same thing. And obviously she's very familiar with some of these other ones, specifically coming out of the division that she's in.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing some of the players that she's drafted, right? Like the Ali Manzella, even Cheyenne Long, right? It's like I think these players are people who play a lot like how she plays. And so it's like, yeah, it'll be interesting to see throughout the day, you know, how much are they able to kind of like learn from her and adapt to the things that she would be doing in game.
She did draft a lot of players similar to her.
Yeah.
Maybe not as tall.
No, not in that way.
Oh,
Ooh.
bam. What a good look, though.
Ooh.
Oh, Evans tries to save it, can't quite convert. Potter picks it up. She's playing keep away with Zadajinski.
Potter's getting a little bit of a taste of her own medicine after she tried to do the same thing to the
Right?
Golden Goals at the end.
The two of them, like, very scrappy players.
They want it. They want it bad.
Smaller in size.
Yep. Got Kennedy Murphy back in for Cowboy Emoji.
With her Indianapolis Intensity teammate, Ali Manziel. We saw a lot of them earlier today, very comfortable passing back and forth with each other. Oh, beautiful. Oh, what a good look, though.
Yeah.
You gotta smack that one in, though.
Just smack it in.
Looks like Evans is gonna take a substitution.
That was good awareness, too, on, was that Linnea's beat on that?
Is that Lulu Zoo?
Yes. Okay, we've officially had 3 Lulus today. Do they got to put her in a secret?
We'll see
at some
which one's
point?
our favorite.
Like-
Oh, what a block by Lulu Zoo with the quaffle. And she drives and she scores
No.
on Ali Manzella.
Everyone on both teams is excited about that one.
Lulu Zoo. You love to see it.
Woman of the match.
Sorry, everyone else. We like you too.
Don't worry, the next cool play you'll also probably be.
Yeah, you'll probably also be. Murphy to Manzella. My Heimba out there has an exchange with Tilke to get bludger control back.
Ooh, that was a good kick back.
Yeah. Murphy using the space, taking your time. Not forcing this with Linnea Schultz on the hoops.
Ooh, and a block by Lulu.
Lulu Zoo,
Wow.
ladies and gentlemen.
And Maya just did a lot of running in that shift.
Yeah. But she did walk away with bludger control.
Yep.
Montero subs in to be with Heimba. Smiley beats out Murphy. Smiley beats out Nelson.
Ooh.
The crowd is furious about that not being called good. But it looks like there's a discussion. Lulu can do no wrong in the crowd's eyes.
And in mine. Sorry for the bias.
Unlike Ethan Sturm, Lulu did not vote for Quicker.
Lulu actually single-handedly rebounded the entire sport, is what I've heard.
Fun fact. Goal is good. That's another point for Lulu Zoo.
So confident that she's going to run back before play started again. Just needed a little warm-up.
Yeah, that's her victory lap. Score is 30 golden goals, 20 cowboy emoji. And you did, in fact, hear cowbells, even though Lulu Zoo is of the Boston Forge. Ironic, since there are Kansas City players on the other team. They were just that excited for her. Manzella bringing up the ball again. Passes to Murphy. Murphy to Smiley. Smiley to Nelson.
Ooh.
Ooh. Nelson panic passes it to Vasquez. I think that's one of the things we're seeing sort of with cowboy emojis. There's a slight breakdown in those moments, right? Like that last connection where they're really threatened by the beater. We're seeing a bit of a panic. Montero throws back to maintain bludger control.
Nice. Is that a good goal for number 17? There it is.
Ali Manzella, USNTDA player. You know, she was on ESPN just like a week ago. Crazy that
Wow.
she's here now.
Look at it. Oh. And after that goal, I'm going to do a quick sub out for Cheyenne Long. Back at keeper now.
And Lulu Zoo bringing up the ball. Smiley beats out Montero, opening a lane for Zoo. Zoo passes it to Stop. Stop takes a shot. Again, a good stop, a good shot. Just can't convert.
Man, I thought that was in. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I just want
Man,
it to
her
be
shots have just been
Dude, right there,
so close.
right there
So
every
close.
time. Molly Potter's back in, so things are about to get scrappy.
Who do you think gets the Scrappier Award for this, Potter, or is that Agency?
Honestly, dude, I think Potter. There have been some plays that Potter's making. I'm like, you don't even really have to do that, but like, good for you.
Oh, that dodge by
Dude.
Montero in the corner.
Ooh.
That goal was really great.
Wow.
That dodge was really great. You should probably just go back and look at both.
10 out of 10. We'll shut up and let you do it. Just kidding.
This is now where you make your own instant replay.
Choose your own adventure. You can
Scroll
go
back
to-
like a couple seconds. Score, by the way, 40
Ooh.
all.
Ooh,
Oh.
that was almost.
Stop almost stopped them. Long bringing up the ball. Long and Brandstatter, former teammates on Kansas.
Oh.
The school, not the MLQ team. Pass back to Molly Potter. Molly immediately returns it to Long. Great job drawing the beater.
Yeah.
Hickmott trying to pick off that.
There it
Molly with a
is.
beautiful goal. Molly Potter.
it.
Montero also makes a block to maintain bloodshed control for her and Hickmott. Score is 50 cowboy emoji, 40 golden goals.
Yeah, I'm curious. I think I would have expected. I mean, I don't know a lot about Shine Long as a player, but just like looking at her, she looks like she's got like a lot of like strength behind her. So I would have expected to see a little bit more driving, but she looks very content to stay up top and just like disperse and disseminate to the Mollies and the people who are just like right there zipping into the hoops and taking those dunks.
Yeah. I mean, she's also, right, she's on the field right now with Brandsetter, who is willing to
Yeah.
be a little more physical. Potter passes back to Long.
A strong duo.
Long calling for a sub. I expect we'll see Manzella back in the game shortly. Long currently up top with both Brandstetter and Zaro. Looks like Brandstedter's going to go out. Sherwood wins the exchange to get bloodshed control for Cowboy Emoji. Potter takes another shot. It just misses.
It does look like Cowboy Emoji's walking away with bloodshed control from that play. So even though they didn't score, they did get something out of it.
Lulu Zoo leaving the game. Putting in Gladstone.
Well, she's got to rest up if she's going to play Seeker.
Yeah. someone let field management know. You know, we didn't get our Sierra Tessa combo the last game. Like, maybe they'll throw us a bone. Maybe they'll give us our Lulu Seeker.
Somebody's got to get us something. Oof,
What a great pass. But Zadrzynski gets it swallowed up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, she comes out. Shh.
Okay.
Man.
Wow. I thought that was a beat, but
Woman of the match. We told you there was going to be more than one.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Cowboy Emoji also thought that she was beat or if it was just kind of like slipped through there. But yeah, I mean, continuing the play, right? That's what you want to see.
Score is 5-all.
Speaking of continuing the play and what you want to see, I want to see Kennedy take it to the hoop.
Dunk on him.
Do it, Kennedy. Her movements, you know you want to. Like, come on, Kennedy.
Yeah, maybe on the other field when they played, but we haven't seen a ton of physicality out of Murphy,
Yeah.
which has become a signature of hers. Oh, Zaro picks it up to recover. Murphy passes it off. Oh, no, Manzella was open. Hate to see it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many of those. We had a lot of arcing passes in that little exchange there, and I'm not sure how much of that was kind of a panic move versus was just kind of a heat of the moment, just trying to get it out of there and not really knowing where your players were.
Yeah.
But our score currently stands at 50-all. Got Linnea Schultz in at Chaser.
Oh. Let's see Linnea dunk.
Another strong with Melinda Staup.
Yeah.
And Ariana Gladstone in. Got a real powerhouse line in right now.
A great beat by Sherwood.
Ooh, yes,
Oh.
there it is. Number 17 wearing a borrowed jersey, which is why we cannot attest to what their name is.
Looks like that's a timeout called. Oh, it's the 20-minute mark.
Man,
Wow.
we are not good at figuring out which one's timeout and which one's 50
Shout out to Nick Jablonski for letting us know we hit the 20-minute mark. Score is currently 50-all.
So yeah, if you're Rachel Heald right now, what's your strategy for Snitch on pitch?
Let's take a look at this roster again. We were discussing earlier, right? Seeker options. I'm probably putting Hickmott in at Seeker.
Yeah.
We're not sure who the snitch is. I believe it is Jeanette High,
Oh, okay.
if I can actually see as far away as I think I can. And if that's the case, I'm putting in Hickmott so that I get a little bit of height and length,
Yeah.
and also someone who can power through a snitch. And with that, I'm probably putting Montero. And Sherwood has had a pretty strong game, so I'm probably putting those two in for Snitch on pitch beating. In regards to chasing lineup, you can't really fail with a lot of these options. They've been working really well together, as long as they continue to not cluster at the top, which it feels like we've corrected.
Yeah.
And for golden goals, again, we'll see who they put in at Seeker.
Lulu Zoo.
I mean, yes,
Give
we
us
are here
Seeker
for
Lulu.
Lulu Zoo.
The one position she has not played today. I feel like when you play 3, it's like you just have to play all 4.
Yeah,
Like,
agreed.
there's no reason not to
Agreed.
at that point. You've come this far. They also have Ariana Gladstone.
Yeah, we've seen Gladstone seek today.
Mm-hmm.
You also have, I believe Evans can also seek.
Has Linnea gone on a Seeker?
I don't think we've seen Schultz yet.
Okay.
That'd be a good one if you need to power
Yeah.
through a Snitch.
Yeah, that's...
There's quite a few options on both these teams that I think are good matchups. If we do get the Snitch that we think we are. Manziel is wandering over there. Let's give her a headband.
Yeah, that would be good.
There's just so many options, and we're here for all of them.
Yeah, frankly.
But predominantly Luluzu. So if you're just joining us, this is Take Back the Pitch. This is Pitch 1. We're currently watching the red team, which is called Cowboy Emoji. As you can see by the scoreboard, brought to you by Juan Martinez, working really hard to make sure that we could actually put up a cowboy emoji versus golden goals. Your set score is going to be 110. Score is currently 50 all.
Excited. This has been a really good game so far. A lot of back and forth from the teams, both in terms of the quaffle and the bludgers, honestly. Ooh, some line jumps? Okay. Cowboy emoji looks like they are feeling the heat.
So we'd love to tell you where all the scores are for this tournament. You can go to mlqchampionship.com/scores. We're not sure what they are because things changed and no one told us, which is pretty normal, right? Mel Dumont did try to keep us updated. Shout out to her. Women supporting women. You love to see it.
Love to see it. Need to see it.
We're still waiting to see what Seekers step out. Looks like we were correct. Our Snitch is Jeanette High. And as we said earlier, Hickmott would be a great matchup for this current Snitch.
We have Maya in a yellow.
Looks like it.
It's kind of hard to tell against the not red hair.
We'll see who we get from Golden Goals. Obviously,
Yeah.
we are here for Lulu Zoo.
I think we're getting an extra long break here, probably because of heat. People are excited for Jeanette as a Snitch. Heading back on the field now. Emma Vasquez?
Emma Vasquez.
Emma Vasquez. Let's go.
Emma Vasquez seems like a great matchup for the Snitch.
I would agree.
A lot of length.
Yeah.
Looks like Golden Goals. Currently it's Phil Kanan. I expect Abraham will be in shortly. We've seen the two of them playing together for most of the day, and they've had a lot of success.
Yeah, I think they're on the sidelines ready to sub in now. Yeah, that has been a really consistent pair. And it's nice to find that in on like a fantasy team, essentially.
Agreed. Both from the Titans franchise program.
Yeah.
One on practice squad. one on the main roster. Oof.
An aggressive beat. Ooh.
Sherwood dodges the beat but loses the bludger. Looks like they'll get... Oh, looks like they do walk away with bludger control off of that play, though. Cowboy emoji creating a bubble around the snitch, giving Maya some spare time. Oh! That's a good grab.
No?
No.
Oh, they might
Out
have
of
been on the
bounds?
boundary. Yeah. Dang. Dude, and so
Maya trying to power through high once again.
I was going to say, yeah, if I'm golden goals right now, I'm taking Maya very seriously. Like, this is a big threat right now. We can't mess around with trying to get...
She gets beat out. Kane and Abraham walk away with bludger control. Kane and Abraham have all 3 bludgers right now if played correctly. Emma Vasquez getting some time alone with the snitch. She's close. Oh, the tail was in her hand, but she was not able to pull.
Yep.
Looks like the shorts are sideways.
Yeah.
Vasquez gets beat out by Connor. And there it is. There's Hickmon in the game at Seeker.
Meanwhile, 6-6.
Oh, stop to Evans.
Ariana's back in now as Seeker.
Hickmon gets beat out.
They went with similar kinds of looks for both their immediate...
Kane has been doing that duck dodge all day, and the
There it
beaters
is.
continue to take the bait. Gladstone looks to have a successful catch. Current score is 70-60 golden goals. The set score is 110.
So this is catch is good, then it puts the golden goals in a next goal situation.
Mm-hmm.
That's got to be frustrating for Hickmott, too. Didn't really get a chance to get in there.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happens, especially Maya getting that catch early. It, like, you know, kind of woke the Golden Goals beaters up out of the beater game that they had the potential to get themselves sucked into, which you never want to see snitch on pitch.
Having quite a long discussion.
Yeah.
It looks like the catch
It's
is good. Score is 105-60. Golden Goals is in a next goal win scenario.
Meanwhile, Cowboy Emoji's going to have to put in some work.
Manzella to Potter. Looks like Manzella is taking a sub for Cheyenne Long. Hickmott is back in at beater with Montero. Abraham and Kane seem to be focusing on the beater game.
Ooh.
Evans currently with the quaffle. Kane beats out Montero. Evans is charging down the field.
Ooh.
And that's called no good. Potter picks up the ball, passes along.
I think that's the closest we've seen for the kind of like blow up energy that you want from the beaters so far today.
That was the first sellout we saw. Shout out to Abraham and Kane.
And honestly, it really, like, you know, as much as, like, you know, obviously scoring that goal would have been, like, the ideal situation. But, like, honestly, they came out of it with bludger control still. So, like, really just kind of like a free look at ending this goal, or this game. And didn't hurt as much as you might think a sellout would.
Oof.
Ugh. Those cross passes are rough in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Kane and Abraham with bludger control once again. We'll see if we get that sellout once more.
Yeah.
I love you.
Got Staup in the back. A little bit of a bobble. See if they can pull it out.
And that's a loose ball. It's going to go to golden goals. Silverman with it.
Gotta get
Silverman
that out.
passes to Evans. Evans going to shoot and score.
There it is.
And that's game. Final score is 115 golden goals, 60 cowboy emoji.
Incredible. Not to be that person, but our analysis is perfect. And we didn't get to see Seeker Lulu, but
Yeah, bit of a disappointment. Just kidding.
stay tuned. Who knows what's going to happen? All right, so what are you thinking now? We don't know how many games are left. We're trying to figure out the schedule currently because of all the shifts that have gone on. But, I mean, Golden Goals and Ball Too Well looking like,
Seem to be the favorites.
yeah. Cowboy Emoji. What happened here, you think? Other than Snitch Catch helping.
Cowboy Emoji seems to be struggling a little bit around the hoops, finishing off that very last pass into a goal situation. Something you would hope that they would have worked out by this point in the tournament. Do think their beaters, though, are working together a lot better than what we saw earlier in the day. Beaters and chasers are definitely working a lot more. We, earlier in the day, right, we're seeing a lot of Murphy to Manzella, and they seem to have mixed it up more, incorporating Potter into the mix. Also, obviously, Long. Would have liked to obviously see some more physicality from Long, like you said. There's a lot of strength there, and I think we could have pushed it a little bit more. I do think, Potter's scrappiness was countered quite a bit by Zadrzynski's in this specific matchup. Evans also just like a bulldozer against some of these chasers, like an older player, a lot smarter, and she just knew when to specifically run it and when to make the pass. So again, I agree with you. I think our favorites here are Ball Too Well and Golden Goals, but we'll see what happens next.
Yep. Stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Take Back the Pitch. We are here today really with our second to last game. Winner of this game will go on to play against Taylor's version in the final.
Yeah, hi. I'm excited to come back and see what we have going for the last few games of today.
Yep, we've got Team Himalayan Pink Salt Parade playing against Golden Goals here for you. And we are about to have brooms up. And brooms are up. Golden Goals choosing to start with Quaffle and Bludger, meaning Bludger control is in the hands of Pink Salt Parade. Quaffle being brought up by Golden Goals, Cassandra Evans.
Quaffle goes behind hoops. Ooh, tries to pass back and forth, but unfortunately gets picked up. There's a attempt at the goal, but unfortunately it's no good. It's picked up by Himalayan Pink Salt Parade. Passed over to player on the left of the hoops.
Shot taken, but grabbed and turtled by Golden Goals.
Looks like there's a stoppage of play.
That was a great work by Emma Vasquez of Golden Goals, grabbing that quaffle and falling right on top of it as Pink Salt Parade's Julia Bear is there trying to take that quaffle back and get it through the hoops. Pass back towards mid-pitch.
Keeper currently in the possession of the quaffle.
Yeah, looking around, trying to make something happen. Golden Goals is doing a great job of sort of just packing in the paint in front of the hoops and not making drives easy at all. So you got to look to try to pass around. But this being as late in the day as it is, looking like a lot of the players are walking a little bit, moving a little bit slower.
I know this turf has been heating up today with little relief from cloud cover.
Yes, absolutely. And that can definitely play a role, too. I went out there in my sandals myself and decided I didn't really want to walk any further out there. Golden Goals doing a great job of working the quaffle around towards the top of the paint. Pass across to Vasquez. Vasquez runs the quaffle back behind hoops. Back up to Marion. Marion and Vasquez doing a great job connecting passes, but getting pressured very, very high by Julia Bear.
Behind hoops.
Shot taken, but right into the arms of Pink Salt Parade.
That's Mary Owen with the quaffle now.
Owen passes outside to Bear. Bear back behind the hoops. And that ball gets to Bear. Back in front of the hoops. Back out to Bear. Charging in.
And that is a goal. First score of the game, correct?
Correct. First goal of the game goes to Pink Black. Julia Bear. Score right now 10-0. Golden Goals looking to get back in this game, make sure they don't fall too far behind before we do our snitch on pitch, where really it just ends up becoming anybody's game based on who can catch the snitch first. Evans gets wrapped, pulls out of it, getting help from some of the beaters for Golden Goals. Pass over to Zadinsky. Goal.
That was a
for Golden
beautiful
Goals.
toss in there, too.
Nice little short alley-oop. Sometimes that's all you need. So that ties our game at 10-all.
All right, it looks like Black-Pink coming up towards the left, passing back the quaffle, trying to find an opening here as they continue on.
Yeah, Black-Pink really just struggling again to get that opening. Golden Goals playing very tight defense right in front. Nice pass outside to Mary Owen. Mary Owen charges in and is able to get that ball from the backside of the hoops through the goal. Score is 20-10.
Ooh, there's a fast break from Golden Goals, but it looks like defense was able to make a stop.
Yeah, Evans gets brought to the ground. Zasadinski tries to clean it up. Vasquez is able to clean it up, picks up that quaffle back from behind the hoops and charges in and gets the goal for Golden Goals. Brings our score to 20 all. Bludger control in the hands of Blackpink. Hopefully they're able to use it to try to break down this defense right in front of the hoops for that Golden Goals keeps putting on, open up some lanes. Great charge in by 0-0 Emma Poland.
All right, we got Golden Goals with the quaffle, trying to communicate some substitutions right now on the field.
Yeah, Golden Goals look like they're trying to get some fresh legs into the game.
Crossing midfield line, going up towards the left. Passing over to the keeper. Oh, but they're getting pressured back as Blackpink takes the quaffle to the left, communicates with the other chasers to try to see if they can carve out an opening as well. Passes back behind the hoop. Oh,
Nice beat by number 51 of Golden Goals. And that's Brooke Smiley in that beater. Stops that offensive advance by Blackpink. Silverman passes, or 47 passes the ball across.
Oop.
Picked back up. And then there's a bit of a scrum for the quaffle right in front of Blackpink's hoops.
It's picked up by Blackpink. Their keeper heading towards the midfield line.
Slowly making their way up, waiting to see if bludger control can get back in the hands of Blackpink. Golden Goals doing a great job of keeping bludger control and making it difficult for Blackpink to advance close enough to the hoops to score.
Got two players positioning themselves behind the hoops. Ooh, for a perfect throw down there. Over to 42. Ooh, but it looks like it was intercepted by Golden Goals.
Yeah, great interception by Vasquez and way to just jump on that quaffle and hold it.
Completely shot that down.
Oh, tries to go for a break. Quaffle gets hit out of the hands. And we have a loose quaffle at the middle of the pitch. Silverman picks it up.
Oh, and there's a stoppage of play. Looks like the energy has really picked up.
Yeah, I looked at the start like players were walking a little bit, I think trying to get back into the groove. Golden Goals, of course, having just played the game slot previously, really only getting a short break in between. Blackpink been sitting on the sidelines a little bit, and unfortunately there's just really no escaping this heat no matter where you go, unless you go to sit in your car for a while. So everyone's a little bit exhausted, a little bit tired, but they've definitely gotten back into the flow of things, and game pace has picked up a lot this last little bit. Score right now is still 20-30. And that is with Golden Goals leading.
Okay, Blackpink number 13 with the quaffle in hand, crossing midline. Ooh, Golden Goals coming in hot with that bludger, pressuring to throw the quaffle over, and the quaffle is now in the hands of Golden Goals.
And Silverman is charging.
Ooh.
Dodges a bludger, takes a shot, but it is too high. And that'll roll out of bounds and have to get inbounded by Blackpink.
Looks like there's a stoppage of play.
Yeah, great individual effort by Silverman. Silverman, unfortunately, just unable to get that shot off cleanly at the end there as Blackpink put a lot of pressure on.
All right, play resumes. Let's see what Blackpink got in store now.
Ashley Wilson with the quaffle in hand for Blackpink. Passes off Stellis Giaroso, excuse me.
Number 32 setting up behind the hoops just like a few offenses ago. Oh, and the quaffle gets thrown over. She picks it up.
Gets beat on the spot. Quaffle back in the hands of Silverman. Silverman unable to advance as there's a bludger standing in the way in the hands of Zhao. Zhang, excuse me.
Ooh, 21 Silverman throws it over to number 15, Golden Goals.
15 Zhu.
She gets taken to the ground. 17 picks it up. Ooh, gets wrapped.
And that quaffle was loose at mid-pitch with number 17 of Golden Goals jumping on it.
Looks like there might be a card for back contact. Had a ref walking up towards the score table. First discussing.
There is going to be a card given to Blackpink, so they will be down a chaser. So number 85 will have to spend 1 minute in the box or wait until Golden Goals scores before re-entering play. That puts Blackpink at a disadvantage at this time. Bludger control in the hands of Golden Goals, number 13.
And play resumes. 13
and 51.
Coming in shortly behind. They throw the quaffle over back behind the hoop.
Stop with the ball, charges in, puts that ball through the top hoop. Brings our score to 30-20, Golden Goals leads.
All right, Blackpink crosses midline.
Yeah, these beater pairs that have been coming in for Golden Goals the last few shifts have really just been dominating, keeping Bludger control, and that's been making it really, really difficult for Blackpink to capitalize on their offensive possessions. And I think that's only going to continue. We did get some fresh legs into the game. Number 12, Mac Abraham, taking the place of Phil Kane in the beater game. So we'll see if that changes things at all and if Blackpink's able to get control back.
Yeah, definitely seeing a lot more pink jerseys on the field now. Let's see if their team cohesion can work well.
Great pass into the hands of Zhu, and Zhu able to score just like that. Nice and quick, grab the ball and turn. Brings her score to 40-20, Golden Goals leads.
Seeing more substitutions here for Blackpink.
Yeah, I think quicker substitutions is definitely the way to go, especially this late in the day. All of these players have played this weekend for their respective Major League Quidditch teams or in some capacity been involved this weekend or live nearby. And I think there's a lot of tired legs out there at this stage. So nice, quick, easy.
Ooh, 47 just threw from so far away.
Yeah, charges in. Nice little single effort. Puts that ball through the top hoop. Score right now is 30-40, Golden Goals leads.
I feel like we've been seeing a lot of tight games so far today.
There definitely have been a lot of tight games. I think maybe the first round might have been the only time I saw games that seemed to be one team that just got cohesion that much quicker than the other team and sort of ran away with it. Mm-hmm. But since then, everyone else has been able to sort of learn more about how everyone else in their team plays, get into more of a flow, work together between quaffle carriers and beaters. And, you know, all of these games have started to be really, really close and competitive. And that's always a really nice experience, I think, for the players and everyone involved. Nice pressure being put on by Mac Abraham of the Golden Goals.
Ooh. Golden Goals keeper just got brought down to the ground. And the quaffle gets turned over to Blackpink.
Yeah, Wilson was able to pick up that ball, pass it into the hands of Giaroso. Giaroso charging. Takes that shot and a goal for Blackpink.
Oh, I think this game is tying up.
Yeah, Blackpink definitely taking advantage of a change of pace, and instead of walking it in and letting Golden Goals sort of get set on defense, just keeps running, keeps moving forward, and doesn't let them get set so they can get that easy goal. Score now 40-all. And we are at 11 minutes of game time. So halfway towards our 20-minute intermission. A little over half towards the 20 intermission.
See, we have 42 from Golden Goals. Getting pressured by Liz Giaroso. Drops the quaffle. Quaffle gets picked up by Golden Goals number 32. Passes over towards the hoops, but it is blocked from going in. Gets picked up by Blackpink.
That was a great stop by Wilson of Blackpink. Wilson able time and time again just to use her height to that advantage, and anyone that's trying to take a shot or trying to lob a pass over, able to get in the way and stop that from happening. Really good asset to her team.
Looks like we have a Snitch practicing in the background.
Getting a little bit of warmed up. And Austra's in beating for Black-Pink. We'll see if they can create a change of pace in the beating game for them, as they've struggled so much to try to get bludger control back from this Golden Goals defense.
All right, Wilson passes to number 10 on Black-Pink. He seemed to drop the ball, but
yeah, Bergerman trying to fight their way through 3 different Golden Goals players, and it looks like we're going to have Schultz coming in and cleaning things up there back behind the hoops.
looks like there's some discussion with the ref on the field, but play continues to resume.
You know, and sometimes that's what you need, is just, you know, a quick little discussion with the ref, let play keep going. Games, especially on days like today that are a little bit warmer, sometimes it's just better to keep the flow, keep things moving. Golden Goals, charging everyone in, making some plays back behind the hoops. Pass to Zoo. Bergerman picks up the ball for Black-Pink.
All right, looks like they're running up towards midline.
Yeah, and it looks like they've got Wilson streaking down there, able to use the height to get that high pass, takes the shot, and it is through the hoop, but it looks like there might be some discussion on it. It did look like there was a hand that got put on that ball and sent it in a different direction, but I do believe it still went through the hoop, and that goal is good, according to our head ref, Laura Ivy, here today. So that'll bring our score to 50-40, Black-Pink leads. So very back and forth game here so far. We've seen the lead change a couple different times here, and both teams really just hanging with one another. One gets 10 points ahead, tie back up, another 10 points ahead. Super critical of both these teams. Definitely want to make it into the final and play against Ball So Hard Taylor's version, who has gone undefeated thus far on the day.
Just got another goal by number 3 on Golden Goals.
Score now 50 all. Today, of course, a little bit windier than yesterday, too, which is a little bit nice. It helps cool off the field, but definitely making it difficult for some of our volunteers trying to keep the scoreboard, you know, to keep showing what it needs to be. Pass outside, back up to Giaroso. Giaroso charges in, gets met by Zasadensky, gives it up to Bergerman. Bergerman goes just off the outside of the hoop.
Nothing worse than a quaffle hitting the edge and bouncing right off.
Yeah, that's never a good feeling because it means you were literally right there. Great long shot by Zasadinsky. Doesn't look like it goes through, unfortunately. Looks like just wide. Black-Pink with quaffle in hand. Bludger control still in the hands of Golden Goals. Or excuse me, looks like the other bludger is in the hands of Black-Pink.
Ooh, good beat by number 16 on Black-Pink there.
There are no bludgers in the way of Black-Pink in getting a goal at this time.
All right.
But they're keeping it up top, though. They're not charging, and a lot of bludger play happening back behind quaffle play on the far side of the pitch. No bludgers in the way. Shot taken, but unfortunately it pops just off the pole.
Number 42 tries to take it to completion, but unfortunately misses as well.
Yeah, great stops there by Golden Goals. Everyone sort of just packing in right on the hoop, preventing that shot from happening. Evans slowly walking that quaffle up the pitch, letting Golden Goals quaffle game players get set and trying to draw out the Black-Pink beaters who are holding on to control.
Setting up behind the hoops, but unfortunately gets scooped up by Black-Pink's player. Number 10, I want to say. 10.
Yeah. Yeah, but we got 14, Dijkstra, and number 5, Jeanette High, in for Black-Pink beating, but we will get a new beater into play from the Black Parade team.
There we go.
Beaters causing chaos just in front of Golden Goals goal, or Golden Goals hoops, trying to get an opening in there. Unfortunately, passing a little bit errant, goes into the hands of Golden Goals.
I know Emma Pollen, number 00 on Blackpink, has been hungry to get one of these goals to go through.
And she definitely is, because earlier today we saw Poland again and again getting goals for the Blackpink team, helping them, in trying to get some wins on the board against Cowboy Emoji. And, scoring multiple goals, probably at least with a hat trick during one of those games this morning, but don't think it's quite gotten on the board here just yet. Great bat away by number 42, Gaffney. Gaffney walking up the pitch, being led by beater Jeanette High.
All right, we have number 3, Brittany Kahane.
Yep.
Black Parade.
Kahane being a little bit more of the ag beater here, trying to make something happen closer to the hoops, get it open there. Pass outside to number 13. Back up to Bear. Bear outside to number 20. Haven't put it in the hoop just yet, but Blackpink keeps Quaffle in hand. Great passing and a dunk, but it is called off. Beat before.
If that went in, that would have been absolutely beautiful. All right, Quaffle in the hands of the Golden Goals, up into the keeper zone.
And then back across to Evans. Evans throws the ball with 2 hands through the small hoop. Goal for Golden Goals. And that in itself was a golden goal. All right, 60-50 our score. Golden Goals leads.
All right, passing the Quaffle to 42 on Blackpink, Fiona Gaffney.
And then back across, Owen back in for Blackpink, passing the ball off before using that reset, making sure she knows where she's at on the field. Long shot taken, and it goes through by number 13 of Blackpink. Score brings our game back into a tie at 60 all.
As a wise teammate once said, shooters got to shoot, and that was an absolutely beautiful shot there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a little bit further out than some people I think typically like to take the shots, but there are times where that, especially the middle hoop, is just wide open, and you gotta shoot your shot, as they say.
Especially with this wind too. Definitely, you need to take that into your calculations as you're making these long shots here.
Yep, and that wind's gonna carry it just that little bit. Mary Owen with Quaffle in hand for Blackpink, slowly making the way forward. Bludger control in the hands of Golden Goals, preventing Blackpink from just charging on in there. We've got Claire Tilke.
Got some trees going up for Golden Goals.
And Abraham in beating.
Ooh.
Critical beat there, just back behind the hoops on Julia Bear, who had just got the Quaffle.
Looks like there's a stoppage of play.
Oh, okay. Stoppage of play because we have reached our 20-minute intermission. So each of these teams looking to see what they can do to change up their game. I always find the intermission to be interesting to see how teams decide to strategize based on what's going on. Obviously, with this current situation, both teams are tied at 60-60. Nobody's trying to catch the Snitch to catch back up. Both of them trying to catch the Snitch just to get ahead further. With the scores being 60 right now, our set score will be 120. So first team to make 120 will be the winners, and that 35-point Snitch really could help them here.
Exactly. I know Emily Hickmont has absolutely loved snitching today, so we'll get to see how both teams try to clinch that 35 points
Yeah, and Hickmott earlier, I mean, making a critical catch for her team as a seeker. So now going into the snitching position. And I think it'll be interesting to see what happens. I know on at least golden goals earlier, Lawrence I watched make a very, very quick catch. I mean, in the first 10 seconds that Snitch was on pitch. So it'll be interesting to see who they choose to put into the seeking game. And Blackpink, haven't got to see too much of them as a merged team personally, but think they've gotten a couple catches today too. So it could just come down to who gets that catch.
It looks like Golden Goals are still heavily deliberating what their next moves are. We'll see if they have something extra special cooked up for the remainder of this game today.
Absolutely, because it seems, I mean, based on their name, their goals are definitely golden, but is their snitch catch going to be just as golden?
That's a great question.
All right, we got a couple players that are starting to head back out to their brooms.
Looks like Blackpink's looking a little antsy.
Can't really blame them this late in the day, and we have talked about how this game is critical in determining who it is that will go on to play Ball So Hard Taylor's version in our final. And as you can see, these two teams out here are very, very evenly matched thus far. I mean, 60-60. It's been 20 minutes, and, you know, in a way, even though the score is tied, it's almost like it's still a 0-0 match.
Exactly.
Literally anybody's game at this point.
Well, looks like we will not have Emily Hickman as the snitch today for this upcoming game. Maybe they're making a substitution there.
Very well could be. So it'll be interesting to see what decisions happen. I always like seeing what different teams decide to do beater strategy-wise once the game starts. It's sort of just a matter of where they feel like they're more confident at. You know, do they think they can definitely catch the snitch and need to allocate bludgers more into the quaffle game to keep from the other team from running up the score on them, or whether they try to create like a floating situation where it's like on offense, yeah, go ahead, help out the seekers. On defense, though, come back and help with quaffle play. Or sometimes, you know, even just dedicate it. You know what? We're just going to go ahead and run train and score as many goals as we can, and they can score goals if they want. But beaters, go ahead and just try to let the seeker catch so that we can, you know, get that 35 points and be done with it.
Exactly. All right. Looks like both teams are being told to get back on that pitch and get this game started. Can't wait for the next few critical minutes of this game and see what decides the final for this afternoon.
Emma Sherwood is in for our snitch. Emma Sherwood, one of the players here from Canada, actually plays for Toronto and also part of the crew that helps out with the Quidditch Canada national team. Sherwood was critical in Cowboy Emoji's beating game earlier today. So it's exciting to see her now in a snitch situation, see what she can bring to the game.
All right, play is officially resumed. We have Golden Goals with the quaffle here, coming up towards midline.
Yep, quaffle in the hands of Monica Marion.
And Seekers are released.
Seeking for Golden Goals, we have Melinda Stupp. And for Blackpink,
Ooh, just
And
have a Golden Goals goal to start off this snitch on pitch.
Brittany Kahane in seeking for Blackpink. And a little bit of physicality happening with the snitch. All players kind of tumbling on the ground there just a little bit. And Blackpink has chose to allocate their bludgers entirely to the snitch. They have been able to keep bludger control.
Hey.
Zoo also.
That was potentially a good catch by number 3 from Blackpink.
It's either a good catch or there might have been a little bit of extra physicality with the snitch, potential charging there. But both teams are choosing to allocate their bludgers right now to the seeking game. That allows Golden Goals thus far to have scored, and Blackpink. So our score right now is 70 all. And that snitch catch will send one of those teams much closer, and the other team will be clawing their way back, trying to get to that 120 set score. Also, shout out to Howard County yet again. I mean, they have been a wonderful partner to work with throughout the entirety of this weekend. These pitches are beautiful. Everybody's able to sit in stands in terms of spectators. You know, facilities are just great all around. Unfortunately, they can't control the heat. It's the only thing that I think I would change, but maybe next year we can coerce them into figuring out a way to get some climate control going on here. All right, so catch was no good.
Seeker beat number 10, Golden Goals, allowing the black-pink sinker to come in.
And Golden Goals doing a great job of trying to get that quaffle in for an easy score. Black-pink able to pick it off, though. Great stop by Bergerman of Black-pink.
Ooh, Seeker from Golden Goals came in to try to get a quick catch, but unfortunately was shut down and sent back to hoops.
And a nice long pass out to Wilson. Wilson behind the hoops, able to score for Black-pink, bringing the score to 80-70. Black-pink leads. Golden Goals really pressuring. The beaters are really pressuring away from the snitch, trying to keep Black-pink out of it, leaving Stolp extra time to try to get that snitch.
Ooh, Quaffle gets launched into the air, quickly picked up by Golden Goals, passed back and forth to create some opportunity here for them to score, gets sent behind the hoops, but unfortunately picked up by Black-pink.
And that's number 17 out there for Golden Goals. It says it's Kate Timko, but I do not think that is Timko wearing that jersey at this time.
I can confirm that she is not in the state currently.
Yeah, I
so.
figured that was the case. So,
All right, Black-pink trying to set it behind the hoops, but unfortunately the pass was a little bit too high out there.
but Wilson is able to stop it before it crosses that line. Hand is up. Yeah, Wilson, excellent job. You know, wasn't quite able to get her hands on that pass. Ball went bouncing over, but she is able to run it down and get her hand on it before it goes rolling out of bounds. It does look like there may have been a step out, though, on the sideline there for Wilson. So Golden Goals will get the quaffle and have to inbound back behind their own hoops. Gladstone in keeping for Golden Goals, walking that quaffle up the pitch. Gladstone running, looking back behind hoops, has Vasquez back there. Vasquez picks up the quaffle, runs back top, but then turns around, sends it back up to Gladstone.
Looks like Melinda Staub for Golden Goals is looking a little bit tired there on the field trying to get after that snitch.
Zasadinski charging in, takes the shot, but it is blocked by Wilson. Wilson handing the ball off to number 13. Another person who I do not think is actually in the correct jersey at this time. Says that it should be Rose Murnian, but I do believe that's actually potentially Maria Jackson that's wearing the number 13 today.
Luzu coming up with that bludger.
Oh, yeah, but unfortunately she tries to make the beat off the pitch, so no good on that, but gets the bludger back, gets back into the seeking game, able to beat number 42 on Black-pink. Gaffney.
All right, Quaffle gets passed forward to Golden Goals, switched over to 21.
Silverman tries to make the long pass across the hoops, but it is picked up by Wilson. Giaroso walking Quaffle up the pitch for Black-pink. Trying to slow things down a little bit, give the beaters time to collect themselves. Zoo coming back into the Quaffle game and gets a good beat. Quaffle picked up by Zasadinski, but gets beat on her run towards the hoops. Quaffle back in the hands of Black-pink. Pullen.
Melinda Staub has had ample time with this snitch here. Does not look like the black pink seeker is actively trying to engage at this point. Oh, but she sees an opportunity.
Bergerman unable to hold on the pass of the quaffle from Poland up near the hoops. Gets picked up by Zasadinsky. Both teams starting to use a little bit more of that float strategy. We can see Zong back into the quaffle play a little bit. Now that the ball is sort of just in a scrum at the center of the pitch, all beaters going in, beating out seekers, trying to prevent anybody from getting a catch during this moment. But bludgers have flown way too far away and rolled off pitch, so both seekers are able to engage Hickmott.
Sherwood.
Oh, Sherwood, excuse me. That is my bad. Sherwood.
Oh, and Golden Goals gets a no bludger situation, drives up to the hoops and gently places it in, bringing the score to 80.
80 all.
Yep.
So we are back at a tie game. And the critical point at this point is if anybody does catch that snitch, it's going to be one more goal for them to win. Alternatively, if Bergerman scores here, unable to keep their hands on the quaffle, you know, catching that snitch then could be a win.
Speaking of catching the snitch.
Yeah, it looks like we have a potential catch.
They're deliberating. Now, was that Golden Goals or was that Black Pink who got that?
Black Pink, potentially.
Ooh, catch is good.
Awesome. Great catch by number 3 of Black Pink, Brittany Kahane. So
Incredible.
Kahane gets her team 35 points. So we're at 115 to 80.
Black Pink just needs one more goal in order to clinch this win here.
All right. We're going to get a timeout here by Golden Goals. Try to figure out how they can create really just a defensive wall and prevent Black Pink from scoring here while they try to run up the quaffle game.
You know, so far we've seen an incredibly evenly matched playing field here. And it looks like this snitch has put Black Pink so close that I don't know if Golden Goals can keep up.
I was going to say that I think one of the most difficult situations to be in is this point right here where it's like one more goal could do it for the other team because you literally have to play a perfect defense every single time they get the quaffle and stop them in their tracks because, I mean, one more goal, that's it. The ball just has to go flying through the hoops once and it's over. Meanwhile, Golden Goals has to get, you know, another 40 points on the board somehow without letting them score. And that's not an easy task, especially with the team that we've seen here today. Blackpink has been, you know, stellar and has been really using their passing, using the height around the hoops. You know, has just really just been critical in, you know, creating holes in the defense.
Looks like we're getting an extra long stoppage for water deliberation.
Yeah, this heat out here, I mean, it's better to take a quick heat break than to not at all. Again, I mean, it's warm up where we are, but that pitch is probably like 10, 15, maybe even 20 degrees hotter than what the air temperature actually is just because that turf has been able to absorb the sun all day. I know they were talking in the previous game about the hoops a little bit. Great hoops created by Shooty Hoop Supplies. Matt Mountain's pretty good at it, I think, anyway. He's a pretty cool guy. Not that I have any, you know, biases towards it whatsoever at all.
No bias at all.
But, yeah, with the extreme heat that we've had, I mean, parts can melt a little bit, but everything's been staying pretty strong out here. And I like to joke, too, you know, if the parts do melt, I mean, they were created by a Melton, so.
Absolutely love that.
All right. So we're getting ready to start again here. Golden Goals with bludger control. Going to make it very difficult for Blackpink to get this final goal.
All right, play resumes.
Starting. Monica Marion with quaffle in hand for Golden Goals. And a very quick stoppage right away.
Ref Josh Mansfield calling some bludger play here.
And that will cause a Quaffle turnover, it looks like. So Quaffle now in the hands of Black-Pink, Liz Giaroso. Black-Pink just has to go in and, I mean, make a goal happen, whatever it's necessary.
And Liz has definitely been a great player for them today.
Yeah, Liz definitely key in being a ball carrier, distributing that ball to the players that are open around the hoops. Really just has a good eye for the game. Pollen gets beat out, leaving very limited Quaffle resources for Black-Pink. Picked up by Zasazinski.
Just had some great defense from Licia Rosso.
Yeah, stopping that ball nice and high, not even letting Golden Goals get close. Quaffle now in the hands of Julia Bear on the far side of the pitch. Golden Goals still with bludger control. High exchanges bludgers with number 51 of Golden Goals, Smiley. Ball behind the hoops, and a great shot by Gio Rosso will take us to our set score. That'll make our final score 125-80, and Black-Pink is who we will see advancing into the final against Ball So Hard Taylor's version.
I'm excited to see a rematch between these three teams, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it is the three teams since we had to do the merger. So should be an exciting match. We will be back shortly. Thank you all for listening today, and
we'll talk to you soon.
Hello and welcome back to Take Back the Pitch. We have brooms up here on our final. We got Black Pink facing off against Ball So Hard Taylor's version.
Two very fun names for two very fun to watch teams.
All right, so Ball So Hard Taylor's version starting off with the quaffle, passing up top. Shot taken, no good. Second one taken from behind, still no good. But Ball So Hard able to keep the quaffle in hand.
Yeah, that one's going to be stopped by this bludger control for the Black-Pink team.
Black-Pink done a great job with bludger control most of this tournament.
That's Jeanette High with the bludger for Black-Pink.
High having switched in a little bit for her team at both chaser and beater at various points throughout the day, wherever she's needed most. Giroso passing outside and then back up top. Black-Pink trying to get an opening, and it's grabbed from behind the hoops by Lindsay Morella.
What an interception, just going up for that grab, and she's taking off in the other direction.
Totally just charging. No bludgers in her way, taking that ball coast to coast.
She's been like that all day, where she's just been intercepting passes on defense and then just bringing it down just like that, going the other direction, but just orchestrating a really effective offense for this Ball Too Well team.
Yeah, Morella definitely one of the players out here with some of the most experience, and instead of waiting, just anticipating what the other team's going to try to do, and in doing so, putting herself in a great position to just pick off passes all day long. All right. We've got a little bit of a scrum for the quaffle at center pitch.
I think that is a reset that's used there.
Yeah, Giroso with quaffle being led by number 3, Kahane. Kahane, of course, making a stellar catch that helped propel her team to this final. And Ball So Hard picks up the quaffle and runs it in. Goal for number 37, Burns. Or 87, excuse us, Usis.
Yeah, and I think that's a turnover forced by Fordham on the Ball Too Well side. I mean, stepping up there, seeing an opportunity to just let that bludger go is just way to do it.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what the team needs. So score right now, 20-0. Ball So Hard leading. Giroso still working with her quaffle carriers and beaters, trying to make an opening happen. Ball So Hard doing a great job of sort of just packing the paint in front of the goal.
Fordham stepping out again.
Pass attempt to Bergerman behind the hoops, picked up by Morella.
Yeah, even if that pass had been successful and they had some movement, Fordham was going to be right there to turn it over. So really well done as she ends her shift.
Yeah, I think Black-Pink definitely needs to work a little bit more on off-ball movement when they're on the offensive. Things looking a little bit stagnant thus far, but this is just the beginning, so hopefully they can figure something out. And Lindsay Morella, just amazing shot, amazing loop around to the backside of the hoops, getting a goal for her team again. Scores 30-0. Ball So Hard wins, is leading.
At this
it's still
rate,
a little bit early.
Win, but we do have to wait for the end of it. But those are some of my favorite jumps, is to watch those just jump into the air, soaring, and let it loose.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you do hear people say, with our sport being named what it is so far, still asking us, well, how do you fly? And it's like, well, maybe it's not the whole time, but we do have some pretty awesome flying moments, so you should check it out.
That right there is how you do it.
And charging in Bergerman. Bergerman puts Black-Pink onto the scoreboard at 10. Score still 30-10. Ball So Hard leading. And Ball So Hard, I mean, not even slowing down, picking up that quaffle, charging in, not even giving Black-Pink a moment to breathe.
Yeah, Black-Pink was not ready. They just stayed on their hoops, and almost nobody adjusted to that speed.
Yeah, scores 40-10. And if that continues to happen, I mean, Ball So Hard looking dominant most of the day already as it is, the only team here to go completely undefeated, definitely earning their spot in this championship game and looking to just finish it off. Quaffle in the hands of Wilson. Wilson passes the ball up.
Oh, nice cut.
And a great shot taken by Wilson.
Yeah, orchestrating this whole offense, sending it back behind, and then putting herself in position to get that pass for a score.
And it looks like we're going to have a short stoppage just to determine if that goal was indeed good or whether the person was beat before.
I'd like to see those hands go up by the ref because I think that was a good goal. And
I do as well. And there we go. and that is the say that we needed. So our score will be 20-40.
Yeah, Fiona Gaffney raising a fist in the air, and victory after that one. Really well done by the Black-Pink team.
Yeah, they definitely had to work for that one. Quaffle on the far side of Ball So Hard hoops. And again, Ball So Hard picking up that quaffle and charging.
Questionable use of the third bludger there as Purple's going to drive in.
Shot taken. It's wide. Picked up by number 14. Great beating from Black-Pink to sort of just let that quaffle sit in the back corner and not let Ball So Hard pick it up.
Yeah, the refs are questioning whether or not that was contact with the bludger from number 22 for Ball Too Well, but they're going to let it slide.
All right, Black-Pink walking the quaffle up.
Oh, what an engagement.
Pass. Shot taken, wide, picked up by Gaffney. Gaffney passes the ball back to the top of the keeper zone.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see some sort of orchestration on where these bludgers are gonna land and who's gonna get what and who's responsible for some sort of illegal play there. But that was a great engagement from the Ball Too Well beaters, and I think they're gonna come away from this with a couple of bludgers on their side.
And that's exactly what they need here because that quaffle is in the hands of number 13 of Black-Pink.
Yeah, that's Rose Murnion. Yeah, 2 bludgers on the side for Purple.
Yep, 1 bludger in the hands of number 72.
And the quaffle.
Tori Nutt.
And they're going to take off again. They take off just like they did last time for points.
Mayer with the quaffle passes to Morella. Morella, nice easy goal for her. Scores 50-30. Ball Too Well.
Yeah, I really like that. I mean, last possession, she drove herself all the way to the hoops for those points, and this time she draws the defender out and passes it to Morella for an easy open score.
Yeah, Mayer definitely just being a threat in general and sort of making the Black-Pink team think twice when she's charging in. Pullen gets the quaffle, passes it back outside.
Great
nice beat by Ball Too Well.
That name is surprisingly hard to say, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Burns with the quaffle, passes it off before she gets beat.
And unfortunate, just not able to get it over the hoop. She had to reach all the way down because that pass was just a little low, so she wasn't able to bring it all the way up and put it through.
Yeah, it's hard to be just right there and unfortunately not be able to capitalize on that opportunity, but that's all right. We got plenty of opportunities coming. This game is still young. We're just about 6 minutes in.
Was that a long-range shot or a pass? Ashley Wilson trying to corral it.
Wilson picks it back up, passes outside to 85.
No, and it's a goal.
Nice goal for Black-Pink, keeping them in this game.
Just getting around that defender. Really smooth moves by everyone. Corralling that pass, getting it back up top to the pitch, and then finding a way to the goal.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things about fantasy tournaments is seeing as the day goes on how teams just sort of mesh together well, get their flow, start working with each other. And we can even see with like Black-Pink having had 2 teams merge together to form. They're not playing just players wearing the black jersey, just players wearing the pink jersey. No, they're working together to try to make this happen.
Yeah, absolutely. They are mixing it up with like black and pink being in their respective position groups a lot of the time, but they are finding ways to actually coordinate really well, really impressively. And it comes down to both just communication and play styles both merging together over the course of the day.
Yes, absolutely. Black-Pink charging in. Thought that she had dodged the ball, but is called beat. A little bit of a scrum in front of the hoops, but Ball Too Well comes up with quaffle in hand.
Yeah, we saw a dominant early game from Ball Too Well, but the score is now 40-50, so that lead has shrunk.
Yeah, it looks like we might be headed for another close game here. Morella with quaffle, being led by both of her beaters. We got number 49, Koretsky, making sure that nobody can approach and make a tackle.
Yeah, Koretsky's had a big day all day in the beating game as 1 bludger goes flying off pitch here, so it's going to be a lot of pressure.
Yeah, 1 bludger has flown off pitch. The other one has been engaged, and it looks like there's a no bludger situation. Pass outside, and a great goal
Was that neutral?
I think that might have been neutral.
All right, yeah. I mean, there was bludger turmoil happening over there, and the purple team was able to corral it. I actually was a little confused on the colors there. It was black and purple all surrounding it, but they're going to come away with goals and extend that lead back out to 2.
Pass made back behind the hoops. Do believe it might have actually been a shot, but a little low, and a great beat made back behind the hoops. Puts the quaffle back in the hands of Ball Too Well.
Gominiac now in the game has had a big day for this Ball Too Well team.
And Gominiac playing beater. Not something I'm used to, a position that I'm used to seeing Gominiac play in.
They've been very effective at it.
And see, that's the other side of things that get exciting during a tournament like this, is we have seen some players that are stepping into positions that they're not necessarily familiar with, and even if they're not stepping into an unfamiliar position, they might be taking on roles, different kinds of roles in a position that they haven't had the chance to on their regular season teams. 67, moving the quaffle around for Ball Too Well. 87, excuse me.
Great positioning on that medium hoop. We're going to talk about whether or not that beat lands, but I think that's Usis who brought it forward. It drew that defense out just a little bit and had a wide open option on the far side of the field.
Yeah, Usis doing a great job of, just being a threat and making it so that the Blackpink defense has to commit and has to try to block them from scoring, and in doing so leaves a wide open player on that backside hoop. Score right now 70-40. Ball Too Well leads.
Yeah, and after I mentioned it, only a 1-goal lead, it jumps up to 3. As a shot is taken from distance.
And they're trying to make sure it stops before going out of bounds. Great beat by Koretsky.
Everywhere, so that one gets turned over.
Charging. Being led by the beaters is Ball Too Well. Great pass across to Usis. And goal.
Wow, that's really impressive. Usis is going to drive in and draw a beat and actually dodge it. And while they passed it, after they passed it, they became an option to receive the next pass and then drove the rest of the way in for the goal.
Yeah, things just really, Ball Too Well is just doing a great job of sort of opening things up there, moving that ball around and making it so that Blackpink doesn't really know who to commit to. And in doing so, leaving players wide open around that hoops, which is super dangerous. We'll see if Blackpink can make any adjustments to try to make it so that those players are not open right there next to their hoops.
Yeah, great play by Gominiac there. They're going to miss the beat but catch one that gets thrown at them and then go the other direction.
And Usis charging in again. Nobody to stop them. Another goal for Ball Too Well.
Yeah, I think that's another product of that turnover that was forced by Gominiac on the far side of the field. All the bludgers were caught up in that interaction, so there was nobody to stop Usis on their drive.
Score right now 90-40. Ball Too Well leads. Bludger control is in the hands of Ball Too Well.
Usis is going to step up and play point defense.
And two of the bludgers are down as they get exchanged. Quaffle completely loose inside the keeper zone of Ball Too Well.
Yeah, a lot of beater pressure from Jeanette High in the keeper zone as Usis is going to drive in. A nice wrap tackle, though.
Great wrap tackle, brought down, has to make the pass back and use Ball Too Well's reset. Ball passed off to Mayer. Mayer charges, takes the shot, goal. Yeah. Nice and easy. Mayer, had just subbed in, just hit the gas pedal and kept going forward.
Yeah,
great goal.
Every time they get the ball, every time she gets the ball, she's driving past everybody there.
Yep, so our score now is 100-50. We are at about the 12-minute mark for our game time. So slightly past our halfway point before we go on to intermission, just past 20. Long pass made to Wilson. Wilson unable to get the shot off as they get wrapped up.
Yeah, great tackle. A lot of contact there. We'll see what the refs want to call here, but I really like the hustle from Wilson as she's not going to be able to complete that pass. Oh, this is a timeout.
All right, so timeout on the game. Score still 100-40. What do you think kind of adjustments does Blackpink need to lead to get themselves back into this?
Well, I really like the hustle. The beating game is always going to be an important part of every, matchup. Gominiac's been effective here and there, and it resulted in a few points for Ball Too Well. But I would continue what they've been doing, honestly. they're not being dominated in any particular area of the game. And so I really think they just continue finding a way to stop those drives. Morella's been not as dominant as she has been earlier in the day. So I think that you claim that victory, you hold on to that, whatever adjustments you've planned for her, you just keep doing those. We're just looking to stop those drives on those fast breaks or be more responsive to them when they are occurring.
Yep, that definitely, makes a lot of sense here. And I think we're taking a little bit of an extra long break again just due to the heat. Really important that these players stay hydrated and get the water and rest that they need. Very hot, very humid here today here at the Troy Park complex, and the turf only making it hotter.
Yeah, absolutely. It's way too hot out there to be playing so many games, and this is the final. So, and I think everyone's going to be pretty relieved that after a long weekend of really great Quidditch, and we're extending it here with this Take Back the Pitch series. I'm really happy that we were able to at least commentate it and be involved with it in some way.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely a great opportunity. I mean, I love this tournament. I think it's one of the best things that MLQ started doing during our championship weekend. Struggle for some of the players to stick around, obviously, with it being on Monday and a lot of colleges starting up their schools and everything. But, I mean, we've got a really good group here. We started the day with 5 teams, did have to move down to 4 teams, but teams have really just embraced it. Love the opportunity to play, love the opportunity to get these experiences, and really just highlight players that sometimes, we don't get to see that might get overshadowed on their regular season teams for any reason.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of it as well. I'm glad that it's been added to the weekend. Players have made their way back out.
Players are making their way back out to the pitch here. We've still have a bludger in the hands of Jeanette High of Blackpink.
Yeah, and that was a full turnover. There wasn't any discussion on anything, but Jeanette's going to throw her bludger back.
Yeah, but that's a good choice. Oh, and we've got Zong wrapping up balls too well, trying to make it so the bludgers cannot make any openings for their quaffle players, but great movement.
Oh, great passing.
And awesome passing for that goal there. That was an awesome play. Some of the quickest ball movement I think that we've seen out here today. This Ball Too Well team really just looking like they're working together.
Yeah, that started with a drive from Athena Mayer. And then continued with the pass to Morella, which are the 2 players that we highlighted before that break ended.
Oh, and bludgers getting exchanged there in the middle. All 3 of them down. Giroso charging in, passes the ball off to Wilson behind the hoops. Wilson gets met by Morella with some contact. And that ball is loose. And Ball Too Well doing a great job.
There's Mayer.
That beat Mayer charging.
Great moves and goal points on the board for Ball Too Well.
Yeah, Mayer, just charging through a couple different players trying to stop her, but once she had her momentum going, there was no putting a stop to it. Great goal.
Well, it seems that Blackpink hasn't taken my advice in stopping those drives, but I don't know if you can, even if you game plan for it. So really well done by Mayer.
I was going to say, mentioning that you should probably try to stop the drives is a lot different than actually putting 2 and 2 together and being able to do it, especially against someone like Mayer.
Yeah, easy to say that in the box.
Bludgers are down. Giroso passes off to number 13, passing back behind hoops to Wilson. Wilson taking the shot too high. Giroso running to try to get it down, gets beat.
Yeah, Wilson putting in a lot of work behind the hoops and also finding a lot of contact from this purple team.
Yep, and that critical beat taken is given by Fordham, of course, number 2. She's been absolutely critical for this Ball Too Well in the beating game.
There's Mayer. She was looking to drive, but Jeanette High is going to prevent her from driving with that beat, but she does get a pass off before that.
Yep, Madison Burns able to take that ball in as the resources from Blackpink try to get allocated to Mayer, who has been critical. So it just goes to show you that even if you try to take out one player from Ball Too Well's offense, then there's going to be somebody else to pick it up.
Yeah, Fiona Gaffney subs in wearing the glove on her right hand. She's going to go behind the hoops.
And looks like we have Mernyan working the ball in. Nice pass back behind hoops to Giroso. Giroso taking the shot.
Well done. Way to rip it while you're following everyone else around, just walking behind the hoops. You see an opening as everyone starts shifting, you just shoot for it.
Absolutely. Score right now 130-50. Ball too well leads the way. And we've got Mayer passing the ball off outside on the far side of the pitch.
Oh, good move.
Charging in. Pass made back behind hoops and then to the small hoop. No good. That ball gets tipped away.
That was a great no-look pass from Morella out to the small hoop. But, yeah, just wasn't able to put it through.
Yeah, just a little bit too much traffic in that area to allow their player to try to get that ball through the hoop. Giroso with Quaffle again, moving the way in. Great wrap made by number 37, Burns.
Oh, a bludger knocks down a hoop.
And an errant pass into the middle. But Ball Too Well does a great job jumping on that. Number 99, Gaborik.
Yeah, this is no bludger opportunity.
And Mayer charging in, gets wrapped by Giroso. Giroso off broom.
Oh, my
Pass
Lord.
is made.
Another great drive. The spin move out of it into a pass all the way over to her teammate. That's number 17. Or possibly not at 17, but either way, great pass.
37 Burns is who got the goal. Yep, number 37 Burns. And we've seen that Mayer Burns, Mayer charging in, passing off to Burns there at the hoop a couple times now. So definitely looks to be some bread and butter there for Ball Too Well. Pass outside. Black-Pink looking to try to stay in this game if they can. Score right now 140-50.
Jeanette High's changed positions as she tried to receive that pass, but doesn't land.
Yeah, not quite able to keep her hands on it as it goes rolling out of bounds back behind the Ball Too Well hoops. I always find it fun to see what kind of different positions players like to pick and choose to play at. High, obviously, having played at Chaser many, many, many years for her college, for Grand Valley, and also as an innovator, played a lot in the Quaffle game, but more recently I've seen her take on, beating roles at different tournaments just to try to fill that position a little bit more.
Yeah, I always like heuristics from one to the other.
Yeah, because I think on both sides you definitely get a different look at how to strategize.
A great interception.
I was going to say, gets brought down, but then rolls over, gets right back up. Usis picks up the ball, runs it in.
She's got that hoop.
Forces the bludger.
Yes.
And that's a goal for number 37, Burns again.
Yeah, you could see Burns streaking towards that far side of the hoop as the defense just didn't have anybody there to cover.
Yeah, Burns really just making some great cuts around the hoops in general, able to move really quick and then make their way, to whatever opening they can find, get a quick pass, and then put it through the hoop. Score right now 150-50. Ball Too Well leads. High carrying the ball in for Black-Pink. Takes the shot, goes back behind, and a goal for Black-Pink. Nice, easy over the top, and then pick up and throw it back through the hoop.
Yeah, I really love that. When you take a shot, it can be a shot or a pass, and you got somebody on the backside there to clean it up either way.
Yeah, because goal's a goal no matter how ugly it looks, but those ones tend to be the pretty ones to look at. All right. We got Morella charging back around the hoops. Ball goes back up top. Usis gets it just across the line, so they have used their reset. Uses passing back to Morella. Morella draws the bludger. Bludger misses her.
There's Burns again.
Burns gets beat. Has to drop the quaffle. Black-Pink picks it up.
I like that play, though. There was 2 spin moves before she got beat. I thought she was going to get away.
Almost there, for sure.
That's Murnion. Oh, great
And
cut.
a great slap through by Jeanette High.
I love the speed of that, recognizing that you've got no time to even just catch it. You just got to swat it through. So well done by High.
Yeah, just great field awareness in general, knowing that bludger is coming. And, yeah, the timing is not there. So whatever you can do to get it through, you got to do. So score right now, 150-70. Ball Too Well leads. Ball Too Well bringing in number 16, Nutzel, to the chasing game. Pass back behind. And then back up to top to Usis. Oh, and a great just popped right back out there by number 16, Blackpink. Gets the ball turned over for Blackpink. All right. And it looks like we are slowly walking our way up the pitch as the countdown is happening for the 20-minute mark on the field.
Yeah, we're going to get a stoppage here as that is going to be a turnover, but really great job to intercept that pass or at least cause enough of an interaction with the quaffle that it can't be a clean pass. So we had a stoppage about 8 minutes ago.
Yep, it's intermission. So players will take a quick break. When we come back, we will have Snitch on pitch. What do you think needs to change for Blackpink to try to stay in this game?
Well, again, we're focusing on those two have turned out to be sort of star players with Mayer and Morella, and they're incorporating the entire rest of their team. We've been saying their names. Nutzel, Usis, Gaminiak have all been integral parts of this. But stopping that drive, stepping up, letting your beaters actually influence the beginning of that play, because once you get that drive going and you're responding, the other team's getting their way with deciding how they want to react to your reaction. So whoever gets to move first, I think, is winning that interaction, and so far it's been ball too well.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely what we're looking at. I mean, it looks like Blackpink has been a little bit stagnant on the defense, whether that's, the fact that they're tired. I mean, again, all these players have been playing, big minutes on their MLQ teams this weekend. We've played a lot of games here today. It is hot. Some of those legs are getting heavy, and it's difficult to move. It looks like Blackpink might be more affected by that than we're seeing from Ball Too Well.
Yeah, if you were just watching Ball Too Well, Taylor's version, you wouldn't even notice that it was hot outside. They've been pretty nonstop, especially Mayer. Like I said, I can't say that name enough. It's been really impressive. Just drive after drive after drive, spin move into a pass. There's always somebody there on the other side of the field. The opposite hoop always is unguarded and is just ready and waiting for to receive that quaffle.
Yeah, absolutely. And now that we're going to be going into Snitch on pitch, I think it'll be good to see how Blackpink chooses to use their beaters in this situation, whether they'll try to keep them a little bit more into the quaffle game, or if they'll try to just catch the Snitch and catch up what little bit they can. At this point, our score is 150-70. Ball Too Well leads. Our set score will be 210 since our leading score is that 150.
Yeah,
and
I believe that's Emily Hickmott as the Snitch.
Yep, we've got Hickmott snitching.
Fantastic. Yeah, I think my personal strategy, if I were coaching the Blackpink team right now, that we would be doing focusing on getting that catch. You haven't necessarily been able to stop the drives anyway, and so if you can at least catch up and continue to trade with them, and which may be easier if the bludgers are not involved, then you can at least refocus after you've had this stoppage to talk about the strategy, how you're going to adjust. Let's just agree to go get that snitch and then get back into this game.
Yeah, I think that'll be critical for Blackpink to try to do. Still waiting to see who each team is going to throw in at their seeking as their seeker. Try to see who's going to try to catch Hickmott here.
We are calling for a trainer, though, so it is very hot out there. I want to make sure that that's fully acknowledged, but somebody will be down on that sideline. The trainer's going to run out there. Is there any adjustments you'd make, or are you just pretty happy if you're the purple team?
I think at this point you definitely want to be you're sitting pretty as the purple team. There's no denying that they're up by 80 points. It's not going to be the 210 is a lot less for them to try to climb, obviously, and if they're able to get the snitch catch on top of that, awesome. I don't think that you can necessarily rest on your laurels, though. We have seen a lot of games today that have been almost a little bit more of a runaway, and then a snitch catch can absolutely change that. We saw Cowboy Emoji come back and win a really critical game earlier today on pitch 2 that, they were behind 70 points, got the snitch catch, and then just came back and won. So I don't think you can ever rest on your laurels in any capacity, no matter what. But I do think that this game is pretty easily in the hands of Ball Too Well if they can just keep doing what they're already doing.
Yeah, I was trying to strategize for Ball Too Well if the Blackpink team is going to focus on the seeker. I think I would just let that happen.
Yeah.
If they're willing to devote that time and resources, I think you can get a few quick goals here. So that may adjust what I should have said for the Blackpink team, but in either case, I think it's easy enough to continue just scoring these 6 quaffle points to take you to victory here.
For sure, especially with the speed that Ball 2L has been showing us here.
Yeah, the only thing that would slow you down so far would have been a bludger. And if we take those out of the game, you were just going to keep driving it down.
Yep.
So look for more drives from Mayer, more passes to be caught by the rest of her team. I think this will be a fast-paced end game.
Yeah, I believe so. Especially if the pace of the game stays in the hands of Ball 2L, for sure.
All right, the players have returned back out to the field.
Yep, just waiting to get things moving here. Again, your Snitch is on pitch and walking towards this near side here. Emily Hickmott, of course, played for the Rochester Whiteout this season. Was on the Cowboy emoji team.
What a great team.
It really is. It's not so easy to say while you're commentating every single time, but very creative in the naming. All right, referees are getting back into place as well. And it looks like we will be starting momentarily.
Very casual start. Not a lot of animosity on these teams. Everybody's real friendly, so this should turn out to be a good final match of the weekend.
Yep, Seekers are in place. And they'll have to wait the 10-second countdown before they're able to get on the pitch. And they have been released, both of them, going for the Snitch. And it looks like bludgers are staying in the quaffle game for both teams. And Bergerman with a one-look grab on the Snitch tail. We will see if this is good for the Black-Pink team.
Yeah, if this is good, then all that conversation we had about
Was absolutely moot.
Yeah. It was all good advice, even though it conflicted with itself.
Yes, absolutely.
And they call it good.
And just like that, quick catch. So Black-Pink with the 35 additional points added to their score. Score right now 105 to 150. Ball 2L leads.
Yeah, and those quick catches tend to happen in these fantasy type of matchups, as beaters and their seekers need a little more time to get coordinated.
Yep. And I mean, with Take Back the Pitch too, I mean, all of our snitches that we use are people that don't identify with the typical gender majority that you see in Quidditch. So these are people that maybe don't have as much experience in that position, but it's good for them to get that experience. And that's one of the reasons that Take Back the Pitch is so great, is that, you know, you can get players out there that identify differently in the snitching position.
Yeah, absolutely. Another bonus of the week of the Take Back the Pitch series.
Yep. Black-Pink passes the ball outside. Shot taken and stopped.
Oh, and we're looking to drive. Is this Mayer?
This is Mayer again. Oh, no, it's not. Number
It's
16,
Nutzel,
it's
sorry.
Nutzel. Nutzel pass behind hoops to Usis. Usis back up top.
And that's
Mara.
great defensive posturing.
Yeah. Morella gets beat, but the quaffle picked back up by Usis. Charging in, can't be stopped, and a goal for Ball 2L.
As we have another stoppage here, we're going to check in on one more player and get a substitution, as they do make their own way to the bench under their own power. So that's a positive.
Always a positive when players can make their way to the bench all on their own.
And that's Rose Murnion, who's going to head to the bench, be replaced.
I actually think Rose Murnion is who stepped onto the pitch.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think we do
My
end up
apologies.
having two number 13s. I think that might have been Maria Jackson, actually, that went off the pitch. 83? Okay. Yep. All right. So, Murnion with the quaffle in hand. For Black-Pink, passes back behind. Over the top, picked back up by Ball 2L. Easy pass to pick off there as it tries to get lobbed over the top of the hoops. And Ball 2L slowing down just a little bit, letting their quaffle players get set. Ball 2L using both of their beaters in front of Morella, trying to get all the quaffle players for Black-Pink out of the way, make an opening. Morella takes
great
the shot and goal. Pollen unable to get a full hand on that, still lets it go through.
And a great catch in the beating game going the other direction.
170 to 100, our score, set score is 210.
Blackpink's going to come away with control.
And Murnion walking the quaffle up again for Blackpink. Passes off to number 42. Gaffney.
Number 72 for Ball Too Well was beating everybody, even her own teammates, just trying to clear up that pile up.
Yep, and that's not there. Be in the beating game for Ball Too Well, just sort of cleaning things up and making it so that her team can get the quaffle. Quaffle pass on the far side of the pitch and then back into the middle
dodged.
to Usis.
Morella with an incredible dodge.
Usis passing back outside to number 37. Burns behind to Morella. Morella with the shot and goal brings our score to 180, 100.
Yeah, that's a 7-yard shot. Just ripped it with an underhanded push.
Sorry. 180, 105. That's my bad.
Yeah, the score, just 3 points away or 3 goals away from ending this game and becoming champions of the Take Back the Pitch series.
Bludger control in the hands of Blackpink, leading Murnion up the pitch. Gaffney near Murnion for a quick pass if needed.
Oh, great interception. Oh, but it's not going to.
Yep, just quick touch, but Murnion's able to get back on it and then steps over the center line. Quick stoppage here.
Yeah, another player down. Like I said, we've been saying it's pretty warm. Everybody's and they're going to walk off the field, so this is a great thing to see. Tori Nutt is going to be heading to the sideline with a little bit of a shrug. Gominiak's going to take their place.
Yeah, and Gominiak, again, just solid all around, so not a bad person to get into this game at this critical point where it's 30 more points and Ball Too Well will be able to crown themselves champion.
Yeah, Jeanette High also comes into the game as a replacement for one of the players in that collision.
High in for keeper. High and Gaffney making some good passes back and forth. High charging, takes the shot. Able to get a hand on it is Mayer.
A fast break.
Fast break from Morella. Nice and easy, puts it through the hoop, not even waiting for Blackpink to catch up.
Yeah, Mayer is on the pitch, able to stop that last shot from the Blackpink team and then get it over to Morella for her to take off. One of those two is going to be on a fast break every opportunity they can.
Every single opportunity that they can, and that brings our score 190 to 105.
2 goals away from the set score for Ball Too Well.
High walking the quaffle back up the pitch.
Great catch in the beating game.
Passes ball outside to Gaffney. Gaffney back up to High. High blocks that bludger. Oh, it's called beat. Bludger. Or ball picked back up by Burns. Burns charging in and gets an easy goal for Ball Too Well. That means one more goal for Ball Too Well would do it. Score right now 200 to 105.
Yeah, and this might be insurmountable at this point with just 1 to go, and you'd have to double all your output for the entire game in that without giving anything up. So it looks like Ball Too Well's in position to claim that title.
Absolutely, but we'll see if we can't see, some really critical plays or some fun plays here by Blackpink before this game comes to an end. High charging, taking the far shot behind the hoops, unable to keep their hands on it is Bergerman. Bergerman tries to send the ball back up, but there's no one there to receive it. Usis with the ball passes outside to Mayer. Mayer charging in and puts it away.
And who else besides Mayer should get that last goal? Another drive, a great setup by Mitch Usis to draw the beat, also dodge it, and get the pass off for Mayer to drive the rest of the way, get around one defender, and win the game.
Yeah, Ball Too Well really just came today and did exactly what they needed to do throughout the day. Completely undefeated, the only team coming into this final undefeated, and really just puts it away.
Yeah, they really earned that name, right? They balled too well for anybody to stop them. It's an undefeated victory, like you said, flawless victory. What I'd like to see is, the same thing next year, right?
Absolutely. So thank you for watching Take Back the Pitch with us. Thank you to Howard County for hosting us. And congratulations to Ball Too Well Taylor's version. All right, we'll be seeing you guys.